but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, 'cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Nothing new about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Strip away, edit, ignore the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Make it move, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, 'cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, 'cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden.
It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you. It's better, it's better, it's better, it's better. It's better with you. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you. It's better. Give me all that sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all that sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Give me all that sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all that sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Lovely smile, I can't lie. Who you are is what I like. Clouds above, up in the sky, smiling, 'cause we're so high. You and me were meant to be together. You and me, everything is better. Give me all that sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all that sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Give me all that sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all that sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. It's better with you. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you.
Me and my crew, yeah, we're lawless. Got the man, them thinking that we're flawless. Yeah, mama told you that I'm gorgeous. Got a million tricks, can't deport us. I'm a flame in the star, call me gassed. Back foot sliding, I'm slick to the mass. Calling to the tribe, it's a revolution past. Present in time, no, we can't be masked. So you better rise up, cool up, size up, shout out loud, down before the time's up. So we better rise up, cool up, size up, shout out loud, down before the time's up. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a eeler. If you want beef, then I tom beater. If you want beef, then I tom. 789, that's procedure. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a eeler. If you want beef, then I tom beater. If you want beef, then I tom.
sensational. Could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Everyone wants to follow me, follow, but they can't beat me. The original, sensational, could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Wanna move like I move. Wanna step in my shoes. Gonna need to bring your A game if you step in my lane. 'Cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. The original, sensational. Everyone wants a piece of this. So beautiful, incredible. Everybody wants to have my
Howdy, Chiefs, and welcome back to the greatest Clash of Clans show we've got left for you this year. It's a $50,000 prize pool event, and this Open Cup will determine the last teams competing for it. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, Chiefs, and you know what time it is. The fourth Open Cup of the Snapdragon Pro Series brings together the best remaining teams still vying for a spot in that Open Finals. There are going to be 8 teams competing for that $50,000 prize, but we have to determine today who it's going to be. And in order to welcome back the team members who are going to be doing that casting alongside me, we first thought here at production that we might have a little bit of a look back throughout the year at some of the biggest, best comebacks that have happened so far. So first off, we're going to take a trip down memory lane with the musical acts that have inspired us so far. First off, it's Oasis, excuse me. Sorry for the spoiler there. Oasis has made a comeback after 15 years, returning on a beautiful Live 25 tour. And let's bring the second one on there. I've already teased it. You know who it is. Linkin Park. They have newly introduced brand new singers and drummer. They've got the best in the biz, and they are so excited to be performing for you. And guess who else is excited to be performing for you right on stage for your enjoyment? We have Clash On! The greatest trio of Clash of Clans casters are now back to bring you this last Open Cup. And so let's go ahead and introduce, alongside yours truly, the other 2 members of this wonderful team. We've got Eve, Maxi, and Clash Bashing. I know this was a surprise for you guys that we were able to get an album cover printed in time for the show, but I'm so happy to be casting alongside you today. Let's go next to Eve Maxi. How are you feeling about this show, sir?
Wow, that was the best show opening so far for me. Thank you so much, and thank you for the surprise. I always love to be surprised. I didn't really know what this was culminating to, but that was really, really great to see, and great to see all of you guys at home as well. Wow, Bash, what did you think of that surprise?
I had no idea where he was going with that. I was like, why is Woody going off on a random tangent? We didn't rehearse that, guys. That was just done. I loved it, to be honest, but excited to be back fresh off of Worlds. We got our final cup here leading into our grand finals. It's going to be a great day of Clash.
It is going to be a fantastic set of matches today because we've got a big opening on our leaderboard and a lot of teams still left vying for those top spots. One team, in fact, in second place on our leaderboard has requalified, but there's a few that are down below it that are looking to unseat big stellar teams like Milliceme MG, who have 45 leaderboard points, but we don't know if that's going to be enough to get them an advancement. Today's matches are going to be decisive. There are no more qualifiers after this. So let's just take one quick look at the format to remind you about what's been leading up to today, Maxi.
Yeah, that's right. We've got 4 open cups. We're in the 4th of those, and where the best team, the winner, will get directly to the open finals. So we have 4, and the other 4 will be determined by points on the leaderboard. We will, every team will be able to collect points in the open cups, and those remaining 4 teams will get to the final, where it's going to be a double elimination bracket. But yeah, talking about the bracket, Bash, let's take a look at it and the teams we have here today.
Yeah, we have some great teams, some that we've already saw, which we kind of talked about. Our first matchup of the day is going to be HST Gaming going against Momentum Shifters, which will actually open up our show. We'll talk about the schedule here soon. I can't wait for that one. TTP Esports going up against Pulse Nebula, Sigma Squad against HTM Esports, and Pulse Gaming against Tompinai Empire. Some really great matches here today. And remember, this cup is a single elimination bracket.
Right, you are. So one loss and you're out of there. But on the upside, teams only need to pick up 3 wins and they will qualify to the Open Cup Finals. Here's our schedule for the matches that we're going to be starting with. In the quarterfinals, we'll watch Momentum Shifters versus HST Gaming as previously teased. But next up, we're going to have Pulse Gaming versus Tompinai Empire, 2 more masterful teams that we've seen so much of in recent Clash of Clans esports. Only one of them will be able to move on because neither of them have scored any leaderboard points yet. And not only will they have to do well in that match, but they'll have to perform well in the semifinals afterwards because it's going to take a minimum of 50 points to advance and get a shot at this prize pool. Maxi, tell us what's on the line for the teams competing today.
Yes, I certainly will. It's not just glory, it is money as well, and we've got a huge prize pool lined up for those teams, $50,000 in total, and as soon as you get to the open finals, you'll have a secured victory win of $2,000, and you got the chance to compete for the main prize, $20,000.
Huge prizes on the line, and you kind of teased it a little bit there. Let's take a look at some of our qualified teams that are going to be in that final already. We had Navi, the winners of Cup number 1, HTM Brazil, winners of Cup number 2, TGG Ascend, winners of Cup number 3, and then obviously we are here in Cup number 4 this week, which will give us our 4th winner, but also it will decide our leaderboard, which, Woody, you've been talking a lot about it. This leaderboard is really tight and a lot can happen today.
Yeah, today is so interesting and influential on determining the shaking up of this leaderboard, finding out which teams will be able to move on. We know that Next Gen Esports and HST Gaming both have enough points to advance. Next Gen Esports is not going to be competing today. HST Gaming cannot surpass Next Gen Esports on points because the most they could score would be 50. Anything more than that, they would be able to automatically qualify and advance as the winners of the 4th Open Cup. So the big questions for today are for Milliceme MG, currently in 3rd place on the leaderboard, but there are other squads within striking distance trying to take that away from them. You see a lot of teams down here with 35, 25 points. Unlikely that they'll be able to advance onward because there are still other teams competing, including HTM Esports, who are right there at number 7, and Momentum Shifters with 10 points that are still competing today. But we're going to be playing in hard mode. Maxi, walk us through that.
Yeah, that's pretty intense for these pro players. Not as easy as before. The defenses are stronger. They deal more damage. The attacking heroes, they're a little bit weaker. They have do less damage and have less hit points. And then the most important change to me is the limit of the equipment. Both equipments are capped. The epic ones at level 21 and the common ones at level 15, and it makes a huge difference. For example, the Warden Fireball deals less damage, or the giant arrow from the Queen sent through the base deals less damage, and that means, for example, you cannot one-shot air defenses. But yeah, let's take a look at the first match we're going to be showing you: Momentum Shifters versus HST Gaming.
This is a pretty good war to start us off. We were already talking about HST Gaming sitting there on the leaderboard with 50 points. At bare minimum, even if they don't make a run here today, they will be qualified for our finals with those 50 points. But let's talk about this Momentum Shifter squad. Ahmed, Zeke, and Mazza. Oh, I can't say that. Leo, Imran, these guys are all around. They've been around our tournament quite a bit, and they're pretty solid throughout. What do you have any idea how to pronounce that name?
I guess I would go Magia RTK, maybe, but they'll be going up against Head Start Gaming, and the first match begins now. I'm going to step aside. Maxi, take it away.
There we go. We already have a couple of Electro Dragons in for Ahmad, who starts us off for Momentum Shifters. Nice value on the left-hand side, but the action is going fast because these teams cannot be sure that time will not be an issue. But an issue is the Tornado Trap at the Town Hall Bash. Town Hall not taken down.
Yeah, he's going to have to come back to it somehow. He does have a couple balloons. They're over top of it now. Great freeze spell, but there's a lot of HP left on that Town Hall. One Electro Dragon will come over and help finish it off. This base is thinned out quite a bit. We did miss the open of this attack. Still has King with ability. Queen is working down there on the bottom with the King. Royal Champion now joins the party from the bottom side. This is actually looking like a really good start for the Momentum Shifters.
Yeah, unfortunately, Royal Champion ran into a lot of traps early on, especially those skellies distracting her quite a bit. However, with the King ability still intact and a free spell in the back, I think that Ahmad should be fine here with taking down this base. And it's probably going to be a quick run through it. Nice Earthquake boots here, sending the spiky ball to the end of the base. And wow, finishing every building. And now I didn't even check the clock. That was awfully fast, Bash.
Yeah, I missed it also. That spiky ball just surged right on through those last few defenses, bouncing right on through there, even though it was capped at level 21, had enough targets in it to go ahead and finish off the base. So a great start here for Momentum Shifters going up against HST Gaming. And even though we are in hard mode, these two teams should be very confident in what they're doing and feel really good about their attacks. I mean, we've seen E-Drags do some crazy things as we saw that spiky ball finish that off. Man, what a nice attack to start us. That one, I think that one caught us a little bit off guard as the team got in here and jumped right in, but a beautiful start nonetheless.
Yeah, and 83 seconds is an amazingly fast attack here with the Electro Dragons. So Ahmad showing us how it's done. And something interesting you have to know about HST Gaming, they usually do not go for fast attacks. I watched them yesterday as they competed against Milsim MG in their in the final before the quarterfinal. What's that called in English? Round of 16.
Yeah, I guess that would just be round of 16. I don't think we have a technical name.
Yeah, well, anyways, so they performed really well. They got a perfect war and won against them. However, their average was more than 2.5 minutes because they always went in with the double walk, having a Queen walk and the Warden walk going on at the same time. And these attacks are not only pretty slow, they're also pretty risky because when you make one mistake and, for example, that Warden dies early on, you have a very hard time to come back from that, and it can easily be a fail and make it easy for your opponent.
Yeah, and we've saw that throughout a lot of tournaments as that double walk kind of caught on. Keeping the Warden alive is really, really crucial, but there's also other things that can go wrong. If the heroes get too close to that Warden and pull them with them, that's not intended either. So there's a lot of moving parts to that attack. So we'll have to see if HST does kind of keep up with that. You're right, it is a very slow, deliberate attack, but the nice thing is, if you are really efficient with that attack, it can 3-star almost any base in Clash of Clans.
Yeah, absolutely. And these Electro Dragons were a very efficient way to take down a base, but yeah, you gotta be effective as well, and these double charges from HST, they definitely are effective. Momentum Shifters have had a good performance yesterday, however were only able to score 13 stars in one of their wars, so even they do a couple of mistakes, a couple of fails from time to time, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what HST Gaming bring. Now unfortunately we cannot see the troops. There we go, they're back, and we have the double charge just as we talked about going on. Warden sent at 6 o'clock, and we can see 5 more healers that will be sent in later on with the Queen.
It's a heavy investment here to have that double charge, but heroes are so important in Clash of Clans. Not only the Warden with that extended range, but the Queen, she can deal out so much damage so quickly. We do see the Angry Jelly here on the Grand Warden, which allows him to target defenses only for the first 30 seconds or so as that Angry Jelly kind of directs traffic. But he's looking to set up this Fireball and get some great value and take out that Clan Castle. We should see the Fireball coming in shortly. Great invis to keep that Warden alive. The setup is looking really nice here, Maxi.
Yeah, he's using even more invisibility spells because there's a lot of damage raining onto the Warden, and that's, as you said, a huge investment. But there we go, perfect execution there. The timing was excellent because the Warden did not lure out any of the defensive Clan Castle troops, and he was able to put down the Earthquake spells immediately before the Fireball did any damage, to make sure no Builder Huts were healing anything up. Now he has to take care of the Warden with the single Inferno Tower, but yeah, everything so far is looking perfect.
It keeps an eye on that single as it's going to lock back on, but the Warden's able to power through it with the Rage spell. Queen and King are now joining the party from the top side of the base. Here come those other 5 healers that you spoke of, Maxi. Keep an eye on this Flinger, because remember, the Monolith can outrange the Flame Flinger, so he may have to send in the Royal Champion actually to deal with this Town Hall. Ooh, Warden does go down there. Good shout, Maxi. King opens up the walls. This one is getting a little bit risky already.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting there,
good,
but I only just saw that in this second, and that is of course not good news, because now he has the damage raining on from the right side, and I don't even think that Town Hall is reachable for the Queen, so he might have to try and open it with a wall breaker there.
Here come a couple wall breakers in, but they target exterior walls. This one is in trouble. The Royal Champion is there with ability. She can maybe get it. Seeking Shield comes in. Let's see if she has the Rocket Spear on. She does. That'll be just enough to take this Town Hall down and secure the 3-star. Wow, Maxi, this was very risky, very close to a fail, but ultimately it will be a 3-star.
Yeah, it will be. And even the time is very, very high as well. Like 2 minutes 42, something like that. But I mean, he got the job done in the end. But that's, you know, this is the risk of these plans. He took so much care of the Warden, perfectly using these spells, perfectly timing everything. But then eventually, with the enemy King and the damage raining onto the Warden, somehow was too much, and he wasn't able to control it anymore because he had to do it at the same time as doing the hero push from the top side. And I myself am using a Warden walk, but with rocket balloons in Legend League at the moment, and I can tell how hard it is sometimes to keep the focus on the Warden while doing other stuff at the same time. And sometimes you look back at the Warden like, oh my gosh, where'd he go? You know, and that's exactly what happened to both of us, I think, in this attack.
Yeah, I mean, I'm using Warden Walk with Electro Titans, and even a baby little Warden Walk, I lose track of mine. So having to keep track of the Warden while you're deploying the King, deploying the Queen, keeping eyes on that Flame Fire, it's a lot to do. There's so much multitasking that goes into any Clash of Clans of attack. Ultimately, it did result in a 3-star, which was really nice, but that one had me nervous there for a little bit. But the Royal Champion with that Rocket Spear was really, really nicely played, and we're all tied here. Now, it's very rare that we see a perfect war tie, but in case we do, that time will become a factor. But with 8 attacks remaining, I don't think we need to focus on that yet. Zeken's going to be up next, and we're going to have Root Riders, a kind of traditional attack here. Root Riders with 1 Overgrowth spell.
Yeah, the Root Riders also were an attack strategy that was used quite a lot in the World Championship, where, by the way, we did never have a perfect v perfect, but they tended to be a little bit risky there. We saw some attacks that even ended up in a 1-star or close to a 1-star, so I was always a little bit scared when I saw the Root Riders being sent in, but so far the attack from Zeken is developing very nicely, perfectly taking out this this 6 o'clock Town Hall compartment with just the King ability, and he even has the Queen ability intact while the Roots are raining in from the right side of the base.
Roots doing a great job searching in here, but rocket balloons out of the clan castle can shut some Roots down. Let's see if he gets some value out of those rocket balloons, and it looks like they did quite a bit of damage, actually forcing the Royal Champion 2 ability as well. I don't see any more Roots in there. Did the Roots get all taken out by the rocket balloons in there?
The rocket balloons definitely seem to have done a great job, and something else that is very noticeable is he had the fireball on the Warden, if I saw that correctly, but the fireball didn't really have too much damage. Let's take a look at what he still has. He has so many spells left, using the Overgrowth spell to make sure that the Queen doesn't have any damage. He still has the normal Queen with healers on her, so if he's able to use the spells, especially the Rage and the Freeze spells perfectly, he might still be able to pull through. I think the Queen is targeting the perfect wall. After she gets through this, he can use the wall breaker to open the wall into the cannon compartment, and then he might have a chance.
Great use of the skeleton spell to distract that cannon. Cannon now going to get taken down by the Queen. 1:07 seconds. So she's got a ton of time.
Oh, even better.
Oh, nice. Now she's going to go ahead. She's going to go into the middle. The main problem here. Oh, look at this wall break, Maxi. The wall breaker is going to open it up, give the Queen access, and it's going to be a 3-star for Zken. I was worried about the walls, but the Queen gets the wall break she needs, and now she has access to everything.
Yeah, I mean, not the kind of attack where you would swag a spell on the clan castle, I would say. But okay, anyways, Zeken does it anyways. Normally you swag in an attack where everything goes according to plan. This was quite shaky, I gotta admit, but in the end it all worked out for Zeken there. Nice use of the spells he saved, but the Root Riders really didn't get much value, Bash.
Yeah, the Rocket Loons, watch this. The Rocket Loons come out and they just shred out these Roots. But they got just enough. I guess they were able to get in there and tank just enough for the Royal Champion. And we see again the heroes doing so much heavy lifting here. That healer puppet ability for the Queen was just so strong. So we're able to get the 3-star, even though it was a little bit dicey there, swagging out spells maybe unnecessarily. All that matters at the end of the day, Maxi, a 3-star is a 3-star.
That's absolutely right, and their average attack time is still very low, under 2 minutes, while, as I said, we know that HST tend to do longer attacks. Nico is going to be the next attacker that they'll send into war, and yeah, their first attack has already shown it, that these double walks usually take a lot of time, so if it comes down to time, they might have might not have the better end to themselves. However, Momentum Shifters just saw that HST have prepared as well. They have scouted their opponents, and they have made some nice decisions in base building and in their clan castle troops as well. So they have to be very careful with their attacking, and they might end up not 3-starring every single attack after all.
And I think that's what a lot of these matchups come down to, is you're really just hoping for the other team to make the first mistake, and then you can kind of go with safer approaches. Even with that said, there's no real super safe attack. There's always a little bit of risk involved with all attacks in hard mode here, with everything kind of getting those changes. Heroes dealing less, defense is doing more, but we see it again here, Maxi. The double walk set up. Warden over there on the left, Flame Flinger on the right, and then we'll see another Queen Walk come in just a little bit later. This Warden should be able to get some really nice value and set up the great fireball towards the clan castle right there in the middle.
Yeah, I guess that's what he will be aiming for. However, he was a little bit unlucky because the Warden did not target the Royal Champion after he made him invisible. I like that he used the Flame Flinger early on. That is usually so nice because you can have additional value over time from the Flame Flinger. We can see that the Fire Spirits are already damaging the enemy Queen as well. So far the setup of the attack looks really nice, but we have to keep in mind the time. 1 minute already gone, and I think after he will use the Warden ability in a second, yeah, that's now, he will immediately start with the Queen. Oh, the Earthquake was late. Oh, and the Warden died.
Yeah, Warden went down. A couple headhunters, or I think just one headhunter and a couple archers came out of there, so not a big deal for the Queen to deal with. But the bigger story there is he did lose the Warden. Great way to adapt here and just use the healers that he has and put the Queen in so she can go ahead and take advantage of that. And he's going to go ahead and put the King down there at the bottom. Does have super minions coming out of the Flame Flinger now. They're going to work there. He's got to make his way into the Town Hall. Wallbreaker's going in. But it's really not going to be much help as this Queen's going to path around the outside here.
Yeah, unfortunately, he seems to be very nervous at the moment because there are a couple of decisions he made that were not perfect. The queen decided to go around the top side, so he should have just let her go and do exactly that now. Just freeze the town hall up and yeah, let the queen take it out around the other side. Things are not going ideal here for him. The queen will survive the town hall, but he still has so much left standing on the right side and only one rocket balloon. So the royal champion and queen really have to do a great job now.
And with how momentum shifters are playing, they're going quick. They're 3-starring everything. This could be the opening they're looking for. Remember, this is single elimination. Next week when we get to our finals where we're playing for those bigger prizes, we will have double elimination. But this week in Cup number 4, it is all single elimination. So HST does not have much room for mistakes. Does have the queen, does have the royal champion with abilities, and still has one more rage. There's a lot of base, but he might just have enough here to finish this one off. It's all coming down to this moment right here, Maxi.
Probably not enough time, unfortunately.
Ooh, good call.
That's a big factor, and also he used the freeze spell for the queen, which made absolutely no sense because the queen still had her ability. He should have kept the freeze to protect the royal champion. He also spammed the wall breakers way too early. And yeah, I mean, a couple of better made decisions. I think he could have turned this around, but you know, it's always very hard when something doesn't go according to plan. Like in this case, we can see it here in the replay where the warden died in his ability. Yeah, I mean, tough situation there, and definitely tough to end up with the 98% time fail. But still an we're early inside of the war, so anything can still happen, and they definitely still have a chance.
Yeah, when you're doing these big, heavy double walks, a big investment there, you definitely want that warden to stay up almost till the end of the attack, if not to the end of the attack, just to get as much value as possible. Remember that warden, he doesn't care about the walls. He's going to bounce over the walls, so he almost has like an unlimited range where he can just go target to target. I think the plan was to bring the queen down where the king went in, but obviously adapting still almost gets the 3-star there. So if they are able to force momentum shifters into a miss, they're still going to be fine. With that being a 98%, any kind of miss, I guess, well, a 99%, but almost any miss will keep them in this war. They just got to hope their opponents make some kind of mistake, which we haven't seen that yet from momentum shifters. But Maserati TK coming in now with a Lalo attack. We do have 4 invisibilities. Do we see a Blizzard Lalo? That's a little bit old school here. Let's see it, Maxi.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a Blizzard. He also brought the super goblins to make sure the town hall will be taken out early on, and so far it's looking like really nice value. Unfortunately, the wizards all get pulled to the upside to this enemy king. Would have been nicer, of course, for him to let to take out more in the core, especially this multi-inferno tower, and also to take out, lure out the enemy CC. But still, things are looking quite nice. Taking out the town hall and the monolith early on definitely takes away some huge threats for an attack. Maziar TK, by the way, was also in Helsinki. Was really nice to see. He came over to say hello to everyone, I think, and made very many photos, many selfies with everyone that was there. I think it was his first in-person event, so really nice to see some long-time players from the competitive scene at these events. But now let's concentrate back on his attack. Bash, it's looking nice. The heroes have taken out a huge part of the base, but now he still has to perform the Lalo.
But the Lalo is set up really, really nice. The main threat is going to be in that back compartment where he's got the multi-Archer tower, he's got the Archer Queen, the scatter shot. There's a lot of damage there on the back. If he can keep his queen up, though, she's going to be able to take out a lot of things here. Great use of the freeze onto that ricochet cannon, keeping that queen up. Here comes the Warden, ability to protect that Hound and protect the balloons as they work through. Another freeze in on that ricochet cannon. Needs the queen to stay up and get this multi-target Inferno. Oh, she's going to barely hang on there. And now he's got a smooth sailing into this last compartment, and this should be another 3-star for the momentum shifters. They have all the momentum now.
Absolutely, they do. He's swagging the freeze, and in this case it was absolutely justified because this base is crushed and he did not need that freeze spell at all. Everything went according to plan. What a great showing here from Maziar TK, and that definitely brings momentum shifters, yeah, back into the winning position, into the driver's seat in this match. They have 1 attack more, and they have 2 3-stars more than HST, and that is definitely a situation you want to find yourself in mid-war.
Yeah, this is looking really, really nice. Just a really well executed attack. A great job keeping that queen alive. I think that was one of the underrated things, but like it was almost like a cleanup Lalo. The queen got so much value, the heroes got so much value on that one, and she even had the giant arrow in there sailing through the middle of the base, piercing through some of those defenses. So a beautiful attack. The momentum shifters have to be feeling really good, but if you're HST, I guess the question is, do you stick to your game plan or do you change things up? If I'm HST, I stick to the game plan, stick to the attack I know, and just hope you get that defense. I think they're in a nice position. They just need their opponents to make one mistake, really.
Exactly, especially now that time really, there's a very, very low chance that time would be a factor in this war at all, so they should really just go for any type of 3-star. So the safest attack strategy that they find on the base, they should just apply, and that's probably going to be the one that they know best, so the double warden and queen walk. But I gotta say, I enjoy these attacks very much. They tend to be a little bit lengthy in the first minute or so, because you can only take a look at the warden and the flinger, but most of the time you're able to recognize what the player is actually planning, and it's a lot of fun to me to trying to figure that out and seeing them execute it, especially since it is so tough to get the timing right, especially as we could see in Nico's attack before. So let's hope that Toby can pull it off in his next one.
The timing is definitely the big thing there, and keeping that warden alive is very crucial. Toby is up next, and it looks like it's going to be more of the same. 9 healers in here, rocket balloons, and all of the same kind of setup here. Does have the angry jelly on the warden. Again, allow that warden to kind of reach over, get those defenses initially. Keep an eye on this clan castle. It's a little bit more tucked away, so if he wants to go for the clan castle, he's going to have to do a little bit more of an elongated warden walk to kind of set up this one. With only 2 invises, it's going to be a little bit tough.
True, yeah, this time the clan castle is very far away, and we have to keep in mind the angry jelly helps the warden target only defenses, but it only lasts for something 40 seconds, I think. I don't know the exact time, but after that the warden targets any building, and it will take him a lot longer to get farther into the base and then be able to take out the clan castle. But in this case, I think things are looking very nice for Toby. He's got a pretty clear way into this giant cannon, which probably should be the target of his warden fireball.
I said 30 seconds earlier, you said 40 seconds. Maxi, it's right in the middle of both of us, bud. It's 35 seconds. I just confirmed it in game for a max level angry jelly. So right there in the middle, and then the angry jelly pops off and becomes just a flying unit that usually gets picked off relatively quickly, but also can soak up some of those traps to protect some of the healers, which is actually kind of nice. He's actually doing a really good walk here. Ooh! All of the clan castle came out. I think maybe 1 ice golem stayed in there, but pretty much the full clan castle pulled. But with it only being ice golems, that's not really a major threat here to the water walk.
Yeah, exactly. It will just slow him down quite a bit, and we're already 1.5 minutes into this attack, so it's not the fastest one. He should send 1 rocket balloon in for the multi-mortar. Okay, giant and loon combination works as well, because the flame flinger can get more value on this multi-archer tower. He has to now take care of the queen, take care of the warden at the same time, and somehow take out the rest of the base with the royal champion. So good luck with that, Toby.
Yeah, this is a lot of that multitasking we were talking about. This is where it comes in, but these players practice it. If you've ever seen like the first person view of a player like doing their attack, it is absolutely insane how fast their hands are moving, where they're scrolling on the base, how far they're moving from side to side. Here comes that royal champion from the left side. There's not too much of a threat there. The super minions will actually help take out the bow, which will take some of the threat off her, and then once she gets through that ricochet cannon, she pretty much has a clear path to the town hall. But the queen, with the ability, the queen will actually get town hall first, it looks like.
Yeah, it's looking really strong with the invisibility spell still intact, protecting the warden there with the rocket balloons on the enemy warden as well. The royal champion still has the ability, he makes her invisible. That's basically your swag invisibility spell. Last buildings taken out, and with 2 minutes 40 on the clock, yeah, it's another long attack, but still a 3-star, and that was very convincing because Toby had no problem whatsoever. He did the multitasking, performed it perfectly, and all of the troops, all of the heroes except the king, everything, survived until the end of the attack.
But exactly what you're talking about, though, Maxi, there's a big chance that the time does not matter anymore. With them having the 98% fail, they really just got to hope their opponents fail, and then the time. Yeah, I mean, I guess if your opponents had a 98%, the time would come back in, but the odds of that happening are really slim. We have seen it in the past. I don't want to say that it's not going to happen, because we have seen it, but now it's all about just going in and securing 3-star after 3-star. But the big issue for them right now, momentum shifters look like they're on fire. Their attacks are going through quickly and convincingly. Imran's going to be up next, and it's going to be Dragons with an Overgrowth spell, kind of a classic, like older, like speed meta attack, I should say, here for Imran.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a really interesting strategy for this base. We have 2 sweepers facing in the direction of the dragons, and we have 2 poison towers near the town hall. So I wonder... Oh, and he's finding the tornado trap right away with his blimp. So he's probably not gonna get too far with it.
Ooh. Wait, it's go. Maxi, that blimp still went really far in there. He doesn't get the... No, I think he got everything intended. He got to the monolith. He will get the clan castle down eventually. I don't think the tornado really stopped him up too much. The town hall is overgrowth, so he doesn't have to worry about that. The royal champion is pulling the attention of the warden, and the super dragon throws in an earthquake on the top. Here come the earthquake boots from the king. Now he's got access to the town hall. It's really going to be on the heroes to finish thinning this base off and get out these last few defenses.
Yeah, you're right. It's not looking too bad. However, it was a little bit unlucky that the dragons got pulled in the direction where the heroes also went. So I think this attack might be slowed down quite a bit if the royal champion does not survive the top side. Does she survive? Can
She's
she
fine,
get invisible one more time? Oh yeah, so it's a 3-star and it's a very fast one.
Yeah, they are flying through here. What's really odd is, like, you know, we think it's gonna be close, and at the end he still got all the queen up with the clones, tons of dragons, still has a royal champion. It wasn't as close as we thought it was, as it was starting to fade a little bit there. The overgrowth was beautifully played, and the timing, I think that was a big thing on this attack. The timing of the overgrowth was really well done, because once that wore off, he had his heroes in position to open up that town hall and take it down swiftly.
Yeah, nice job there, and great base identification. I mean, proving us and our doubts during the attack wrong here. Imran, great job. And I think we have to talk about the situation of both of those teams in the leaderboard bash, because both of them are not yet in the final. They both have to make sure to either win today or get enough points in the leaderboard. However, HST, they were standing 50 points already when things started today, and they will earn at least 10 points, even if they are kicked out today. And as no other team, or not 2 other teams, can get more than 60 points, it means that they will for sure be in the open finals. So they're basically already qualified. Momentum shifters are not. They only have 10 points so far. And it is crucial to move on to the semifinals, or even better, the finals, to make it into the open finals. The reason being, they get 25 points if they make it to the semifinal, and 50 points if they make it to the final. And I think making it to the final is the only safe route for them to go.
Yeah, I think right now, I think coming into this, I'd have to revisit it, and obviously as we play through, I think second place for any of our teams here would guarantee them a spot into the finals. Obviously, winning would be great, but I think this is the one rare instance where if you do slip up and get that second place, you're still fine. But like you said, HST, they're pretty much already guaranteed a spot into the finals. With their 10 points, they'll get them to 60. So there's not as much pressure on them. Yes, they do want to win because there is a separate prizing for this cup. So obviously, the further they make it in, if they are able to win it, a little bit more prizing, but ultimately they will be able to play for that big $20,000 prize pool, which we'll have that next weekend in our double elimination finals, where we're going to have the 8 top teams, our 4 cup winners and the 4 leaderboard winners. We're going to have our first super witch attack coming in for HST Gaming, changing it up just a little bit. We've seen them doing these double walks. I like the super witches quite a bit. I was using this in Legends for a long time, switched over to the Electro Titans, which is essentially very similar to it. Ooh, did he have a little bit of a miscalculation, or is the warden just going to walk out? I think the warden will just walk out these defenses here.
Probably, yeah. It seems like, as you said, a little bit of a miscalculation. Let's hope the warden doesn't stay on the outside. No, he doesn't. Goes inside. takes out both of them nicely. Good job here. Maybe he just wanted to save the extra spell. That could also be the reason, but now he's going in hot and heavy with the Super Witches. GG, sending everything in from the 6 o'clock corner. Very importantly, sending the Coco balloon as well. Healers stay alive and having the king and queen on the outside. So far the setup is looking great.
This attack has been so good for so long. One of the issues with it was always time. The Super Witches were so slow with the big boys in there, but now with that Fireball, it's able to speed up the Warden Walk, which is one of the slowest parts of any of these attacks. So with them taking off a little bit of the time, they're able to make that up and push into the middle base. We see this. Keep an eye on the center of this base. Great freeze there on the Monolith and the Poison Tower. It's going to get ready to say, once that Poison Tower throws, it's going to slow things down, but able to delay that. And if you can get the Town Hall down, it's pretty much going to stack right on top of where the Town Hall poison is, and those are not going to combine. So it's just going to be the higher damage output from the Town Hall. So really not a factor there from that Poison Spell Tower. Queen working on the left side. She's looking really good, and it's a really strong push through the middle of this base for Gige of HST Gaming.
Yeah, unfortunately, all the healers died in the Town Hall poison. Does he have the queen ability? Yes, so he might have to use her in a second. There we go. Royal Champion sent in nicely on the right side. So queen is on the left, Royal Champion on the right side, and in the middle we got the Super Witches, and the Druids are healing them up quite a bit, so he still has a lot of firepower in the base. Queen should survive now at the top side because the Ricochet Cannon is basically the last huge threat to her. So this is looking like a great 3-star. Still not the fastest attack, but a little bit faster than these double walks, I think.
Yeah, but again, time doesn't matter here. I think you just go with whatever you're comfortable with as a player or as a team, like whatever you think is going to 3-star the base. I think this is a great call on this base. Did a great job getting those witches in through the middle. Royal Champion now using that rocket spear. It gets them another 3-star. However, all momentum shifters need is one more 3-star, and this war is done.
Absolutely, that is the situation now, but HST doing everything to maintaining their theoretical chance of advancing here by at least, of course, hoping for a fail from momentum shifters. But if they wouldn't a 3-star, they would not even have that chance anymore. And we have Leo, one more player from momentum shifters, a German player who I also met at the World Championship. He even came to the German cast, to the German streaming booth, and we had a little interview with him. So very nice to see him here. So I wish him all the best for this next attack. It's an important one.
You gotta love that. Superfest was so much fun. I know I had a blast out there casting. I saw you looking real dapper out there, having a good time casting there in German. It was a great time, but we have actually a pretty awkward situation. Momentum shifters could actually 99% fail this next base and still be secured winning the war. So they don't necessarily need a 3-star. And then a 98%, I almost feel like a 98% would win them the war as well, just because they're up on time by so much. So they don't necessarily need a 3-star here, but it's got to be near perfection if they are going to miss.
That's true, and you know, I think Carbon Finn once did a stream where he gave players the task to try to get a 99% fail, and it was almost impossible to do it on purpose, at least without just stopping the attack 1% before you finish the base. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's not what Leo is aiming for, but that is very interesting. He's coming in with the Electro Titans, and this is looking a lot like the strategy, or like a variation of the strategy that the World Champions Synchronic Gaming introduced to us at SET Superfest, the Electro Titan Smash. Bash, did you come up with a better sounding name for it in the main cast for the Electro Titan Smash?
No, I think we just went with the Electro Titan Smash. I mean, you can't really... I mean, it's classic. It's a smash attack. You throw the troop name in from there. I mean, we've had Yeti Smash, P.E.K.K.A. Smash, Super Witch Smash. I think the smash just works, and it's very, very appropriate, and he's not wasting any time. He's going right in here. No crazy fireball setup or anything like that. All the Titans are in. The Royal Champions even in to go in towards that Eagle, and Leo is not wasting any time. Wants to get the 3-star and move on in this tournament.
Yeah, nice job there from him so far, sending everything in from different corners of the base, kind of cornering the core there. Nice warden ability, protecting everything, especially I think the king that was inside of the range of the single Inferno tower there. Unfortunately, nothing takes out this Inferno tower, so it still deals damage. But look at this, the whole core of the base is gone. He's even raging up the Royal Champion now on the right side, and still has a couple of Super Barbarians to send in from the outside for the back end of this attack.
That Rage also got a couple of Valkyries down there. Remember, raged up Valkyries can deal out so much damage, Maxi. Royal Champion sailing right on through here. Tons of spell support. Leo was not playing around with this attack. With this last compartment getting ready to go down, almost all the Titans are remaining. I think there's 2 out of the 3 Titans. This is going to be nothing but a secured 3-star. Momentum Shifters will get the victory and move forward in Cup number 4.
Very strong performance. They get the perfect war, and this attack is pretty fast as well. And look at the average time on the right side of the screen. They finish with around 1 minute and 50 on average, and that was without, at least I think so, without going for fast attacks for their entire war. And so, yeah, realistically, HST couldn't even have beaten them if they would have had that perfect war, because they were just a minute faster on average. But still, we want to see Crusader with his last attack in the upcoming last attack of this war as well, because we know this wasn't the last thing we saw from HST. They're qualified already for our open finals, so next weekend, guys, make sure to already mark it in your calendars. Next weekend we will see more from them, and maybe more from the Momentum Shifters as well.
And even better, next weekend, we got 2 days of Snapdragon Pro Series. We're live on Saturday and Sunday with the double elimination tournament. So make sure you guys follow, subscribe, have those notifications on. That way you don't miss any of the amazing Clash action we'll have for you. We got some great teams already qualified. I mean, fan favorites Navi, who kind of had that early exit from Worlds. We have right here HST Gaming already in. Not to mention Momentum Shifters, they're looking to qualify themselves in this tournament here today. So there's a lot yet to play out. We could even see teams like Milliseam MG sneak in with 45 points. So today is a very important day for a lot of teams, even teams not playing in our cup here.
That's right. And talking about the other teams, let's take a look at the other match that was going on in the background. We've had TTP Esports versus Pulse Nebula, and to get you guys a little bit of an update from that, it's actually just finished, and TTP Esports was able to win with 14 stars, Pulse Nebula finishing at 13. But now all eyes on Crusader with the last attack from HST Gaming. One more double charge.
Here we go. You might as well stick with it and go out with a 3-star. And what's really unfortunate for HST, I mean, yes, I think I agree. They would have lost on time, but really they were 2% away from a perfect war. Really, they were a Warden staying alive away from the perfect war, because if that Warden stayed up, that base would have been absolutely crushed as they had to adjust the plan. Nico did a great job, but just ran out of gas there at the end of the attack. And I think it was ultimately a time fill. So HST, even though they lost this war, I feel like they should be feeling really nice about their odds coming into next weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And here this Warden charge is actually going very nicely. Now finally the Warden moves towards the center of the base, but there's also a lot of damage, so Crusader has to react with the invisibility spell. Perfect choice, and earlier than before we see the King already in the action as well on the bottom side of the base. I wonder when he's going to use the fireball. There it goes, and he takes everything down.
That fireball takes out the Clan Castle Monolith. So many buildings in there. The King did a great job opening up the middle base. Check out that one minion over there on that ground bow. There's nothing to target that minion. That minion will be able to take out the bow. However, the battle builder is healing it up. So a little bit of a war of attrition there as those two fight it out. I don't think the minion deals enough damage to actually get that down. Queen's in the battle now. She's up on the top left side. But with the Warden down, the Queen's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting here.
Yeah, that was not ideal there. I missed how the Warden died, but it was probably the single Inferno, or maybe all the damage raining in from these ground expos as well. And now he doesn't have too much firepower left, just the Royal Champion and the Queen basically, and there's still a lot of base left standing. Fox also died already. The Rocket Spear shots, one more. Yeah, she's got one more inside her, but now, oh, the Queen is very low, so he has to react with the ability and the Rage, but I think he still has a chance. chance, actually.
Yeah, she's under a lot of fire. The World Champion's coming in. She's firing off some shots. If World Champion stays up and gets this Expo, should be... Actually, I think it's just secured anyways. The Queen is at full health. Yeah, it's going to be a 3-star for Crusader. A little bit of a close call here, but ultimately does get rewarded with the triple. HST came out to play. They stuck to their guns. They used the attack strategy they were most comfortable with. We do have that tornado trap going off right here, but the Queen will have no issue reaching over and getting that poison tower down. It is a 3-star. It is going to be a 15-14 war. An unfortunate loss for HST Gaming as their only miss was 98% maxi, but momentum shifters, they really took control of this battle. I don't want to play the puns, but you know we love it. They had the momentum the whole time.
Oh yeah, they did, and there was no shifting necessary in this war. It was almost the perfect v perfect war that we were hoping for today, to show that the teams here are even stronger than in the World Championship, of course. But it was the 15-14 after all, just 2% away from the perfect war. But guys, we have 4 more wars we're going to show you that have the possibility of a perfect v perfect. The match in the background unfortunately did not do that. There was a 14-13, as I just said, for TTP Esports against Pulse Nebula, but here we have the victory for momentum shifters. No sign of weakness so far, so yeah, we can only expect or hope to see even more from them today.
Yeah, I think Momentum Shifters did a great job coming out and kind of setting the tone, coming out quick, coming out decisive attacks. They used a really wide variety of attacks. We saw dragons, E-dragons, smash attacks. They really had all of the tricks in the bag, and I think that's a really big advantage moving into their next matchup. When you have everyone able to use different attacks and be comfortable with those different attacks, when you're picking those bases in those first 8 minutes of the war, it's a lot easier to have that first person step up like, hey, that's a dragon base, I'm taking it, let me go ahead and get that, and then it gives your other guys some time to get comfortable and figure out a plan, because that's one of the things we don't really talk about a lot is you only get 8 minutes for that first attack, for the very first attack of the war, and it is very, very tough. But Momentum Shifters do get the victory. We'll be back with some more wars. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and welcome back, Woody. What an incredible matchup we had in our first game of the day. Woody, what'd you think of that one?
Fantastic to see another team performing well and surging toward the top. Momentum Shifters, a squad that has had a lot of success this year and just is vying for that top final winner's position. A victory over HST Gaming gets them one step closer, and really they only need one more win at this point to be able to get to 60 points. That would guarantee them advancement to the Open Cup and put them in a very strong position to claim that end goal from behind. But we've got another great war coming up. Kick it off, Bash.
Yeah, let's shift momentum to this matchup. Pulse Gaming versus Tompinai Empire. We've seen a lot of Pulse Gaming this season. They've done some really positive things. Tompinai Empire, they've been around for quite a bit. We'll talk about them here in a minute. But the Pulse Gaming lineup, Sahara, Arl, Chihuahua, I always say that wrong. Lincoln, Wadu, Takana.
Chihuahua.
Yeah, I got that. I cannot, like, my brain cannot process that. I know the player. I know how it's said. I just can't spit it out, Woody. Yeah, it's one of those things. But
Pulse Gaming is a fantastic crew that has had a lot of success this year as well, taking off with wins in the Blast Clash qualifiers most recently. We'll see if they can make it all the way to the Open Cup going on. But Tompinai Empire is a very impressive team as well going up against them. We've got Diego Rocio, Eltano, Rigo Torres, and Al Mualin. This is a team that's competed in World Championship events in the past. Most recently, they were at the 2021 World Championships. They had a repeat showing in the 2022 World's warm-up, but were just denied, kept at that top 4 spot, and haven't been able to crack back to the upper echelon since. So very excited to see if this is going to be their chance to make a name for themselves once again, Bash.
yeah, very well-versed roster. I mean, when you talk about Rigo Torres, he's been on that world stage more or almost more than any other player. I guess I don't know the updated stats after this year, as Rigo did not make it to the world stage, but a very well-versed team. And this Pulse Gaming team, we've seen them all season. They have some very, very experienced players. I think this should be a really, really nice matchup. A lot on the line. I don't remember how our leaderboard's looking, but no matter what, any team here today that gets second place will qualify for our open finals next week. So I think that's something that all these teams need to be aiming for, not to mention more prize money is always good.
So you are certainly right. And yet we are still in the quarterfinals. So these teams are going to have to get a couple of wins if they want to achieve that high bar that you've set for them. Now, in the case of Pulse Gaming, Pulse Esports, another lineup from the Pulse organization, has competed in this event before, made it to the quarterfinals, just like Pulse Gaming here. And in a previous match today, Pulse Nebula also fell to TTP Esports. These are two great teams that have been challenging right alongside Pulse Gaming for these top spots. But I gotta say, I think Pulse Gaming, the squad that we're about to watch in the next matchup, is the granddaddy A-team top list squad on the Pulse roster. They've got some huge names that we've already seen flashed up on screen, and know that this team has been able to take wins on big tournaments in the past. But whether or not they'll be able to show up in this basically last chance qualifier for our Open Cup remains to be seen. They only need to get 2 wins, as you mentioned there, Bash. But Tompinai Empire is going to be a tough team to topple in this next event.
Yeah, we always say very casually, only need 2 wins, but that's so much harder to do than said. Oh, we saw in the last war, all it takes is one little mistake. 2 buildings cost HST that war, and that's very not much room for margin at all when you're looking at these 2 teams who are really 2 of the top teams in all of Clash of Clans esports. Obviously, we have some different rosters throughout each time we see them, but we know that these teams are well versed, they're ready to go, and they should bring it in this war. I'm really kind of curious to see what these 2 teams are going to bring to the table defensively to try to stop the other teams, as we did see that 15-14 war in the last one. Will this one be a little bit more close? I guess that one was actually pretty close. Will this one be similarly close? I guess I should say there.
I would definitely expect for it to be. You know, a lot of teams are still kind of, wearing off the sort of hangover of having all of these time-based tiebreakers happening over the course of the year. But with the introduction of hard mode now, you pretty rarely see that. Even the best teams out there, when you put 10 players up there trying to get 3 stars every time, usually 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 of them will miss. Even in the Clash of Clans World Championships, we saw squads coming up with wins even though they only had 13 stars. And so this is going to be another very difficult war expected between these two teams. Now, they do have a little bit of an advantage relative to our teams playing up on stage in that they can, sit in their homes. They can, focus in an environment that they set and create for themselves. And yet, what a tough opponent for a quarterfinals match to have two teams that have both vied for world championship qualifying positions in the past and yet are just still requiring so many more wins to break out of this quarterfinal bracket, Bash.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough one. I feel like all of our cups have been pretty stacked, but this here towards the end, with so much on the line, it definitely feels like a stacked roster full of teams ready to get in there and try to get that final spot. I guess we have 5 final spots with any of them up for grabs. So there's a lot on the line here this week. Remember, the winner automatically qualified, but at the same time, the second place team are basically automatically qualified, as we had Next Gen Esports finish second twice, so they kind of threw the balance off in our leaderboard. But with that being said, there's a lot of teams here on that leaderboard that could still make it with not necessarily a full out second place finish. So as we get past this matchup and move into our next, I'm sure our leaderboard's going to start unfolding just a little bit more.
Well, you're certainly right. There's still a lot of question marks out there with the potential for HST Gaming, who were trying to take a confident lead right out of the quarterfinals, eliminated. That makes it a lot more difficult for Millicene MG, who were probably hoping that HST would just qualify outright by winning this cup. The leaderboard is just going to be very messy in kind of a great and exciting way. It's going to be complicated by a lot of different possibilities that are still going to be playing out. But in terms of these two teams that are competing, they don't have any leaderboard points yet. They need to make a big splash here and now. This is their last opportunity. And so, as you've said, 2 wins minimum. 3 will get you into a preferential seeding. But winning this first one may be their most difficult task ahead. We know that HTM Esports and the Sigma squad are still also left in the quarterfinals, and whichever team wins that match is going to have to face off against the team that wins this one. So lots of difficult events still ahead and lots of great clashing yet to come. Chihawa, the first attacker for Pulse Gaming, is starting off with a Giant Arrow cutting through this base. Giant Arrow nerfed slightly in this hard mode because those equipments are going to be capped a little bit lower than they would otherwise be able to achieve, and yet still finding lots of value in the setup for a beautiful lava loon army that he's got in tow here, Bash.
Pairing that with a couple of zaps and an earthquake does allow that Giant Arrow to get great value. King going ahead and using the earthquake boots. Remember, earthquake boots, it doesn't matter what level they are, they're always going to open up the walls. However, the higher level they are, the more damage they're going to do to the surrounding buildings. That Queen is charging really nicely down through there. The World Champion does a great job securing that monolith, so it's not going to deal too much damage. And here comes the Battle Blimp to take down the Town Hall. But keep an eye on the Queen. She's really close there at the bottom.
Yeah, she's taking a lot of heat, and the healers are not enough to keep her up. He had no rages and would have had to invest a freeze spell that he would really much rather prefer to use on these loons up top to protect him from that multi-inferno. He's also got an enemy Archer Queen firing away at him now and needs some sort of firepower on the ground to take her out. Pups are nearby. I don't know if it's going to be enough. We might get some splash damage from the balloons falling down. No, the Queen is still up. Finally goes down, but she's taken out quite a few balloons. No more spells left to support Chihawa's push. And if he could just barely get this multi-inferno down, he'll have a great shot at finishing off the base with very little air defense left. This was looking like a 3-star, Bash.
Oh, there was air bombs going crazy here, Woody. More bombs going off. Balloons have to get this Wizard Tower. It looks like the Wizard Tower will fall down. This was a lot closer. There is still that battle builder, but with the Warden still there with a lot of health, I think Chihawa should be fine. Yeah, I got it that time, Woody. I did it. Aren't you proud of me? I had to really take my time, but Chihawa does get the 3-star, and Pulse Gaming are on the board with the first triple of the war.
tricky hit, and yet it was very well executed. Lava Loon is such a dominating army comm. It doesn't yet always get success in the time-based tiebreaker just because it takes a little bit more setup, but it does have a very effective finish as we've seen here. Noticing also, interestingly, that Frosty was paired there with the Archer Queen, an unusual pet getting added to her. We have seen a little bit more and more over time of him, but the Electro Owl in particular has just always been, it seems, a mainstay for this Grand Ward. And we saw a little choice opportunities to pop the Poison Lizard in there once in a while, but pretty typical picks across the rest of the board there.
Yeah, I almost wonder if having Unicorn on the Queen could have helped that out. We do see a lot of pro players going with that Frosty to help slow down the defenses and take a little bit of the pressure off the Queen. But counter to that, maybe just that little bit of healing, extra healing from the Unicorn would have been enough to keep that Queen up. Nonetheless, it is a 3-star, and it was a decent time. I mean, it's the first attack of the war, so time, we don't even need to talk time yet because, well, we've said it in the last war. We rarely, if ever, see these 15v15 wars in these big tournaments. So there's still 9 attacks left in this one. We'll keep an eye on it as it does play out, but Pulse Gaming get the first attack, get the first triple of the war. Now it's going to be over to Tompinai to see if they can get the response.
Right, you are. A very clean start so far for Pulse Gaming. They've got a lot to be happy about. That 3-star that, wasn't a dominating finish necessarily. Still had quite a few troops remaining at the end, but it was looking a little iffy until we crossed that threshold of taking down the last Inferno Tower. Did still see a Wizard Tower and a Poison Spell Tower that could have caused a few problems if there had been fewer cleanup troops, but he really was able to surround it on multiple sides there. And you make a good point also about the Frosty. Bringing him in to shut down enemy defenses does take a pretty high, strategic mind, though, to figure out when it's optimal to do so. Because, I mean, the Unicorn always gets value. She just sits there and heals low incoming damage. Frosty really seems to get a little bit more value, and correct me if I'm wrong, whenever he's able to freeze up defenses that would otherwise kind of overwhelm in high damage output against an Archer Queen. And so maybe the fact that he had those healers to keep her topped off gave her a little bit more confidence that he could do a deeper charge with her. Was he expecting the Archer Queen to eventually go down anyways, though? He still got the 3-stars. Or do you think that he was expecting the Queen to survive a little bit longer and finish off that raid?
I would say he was planning on the Queen to stay up. I think anytime you're doing a Queen charge, the goal is to keep her alive as long as possible. She did go down. She did get quite a bit of value, but I think ultimately you want to keep her up as long as possible, so you just have her on the back end to finish off any remaining defenses. But let's move forward with Diego coming in, and just because you pointed it out, Woody, we see another Frosty on the Queen, but we don't have a direct Queen charge setup here. It looks like more the King's going to charge in and be in charge of taking out this Eagle, maybe even use those Earthquake Boots and open up the base just a little bit. Oh wait, no Earthquake Boots, Giant Gauntlet Raid, so the King's just going to look to deal out so much damage right here.
Diego has got a bone to pick with Pulse Gaming because he was on the lineup with VN Esporting that was defeated by Pulse Gaming in the lower bracket quarterfinals of the July qualifier for this year. So he is definitely going to be eager to try to take a stab back at Pulse. He took a win this July when he was competing in the Psycho Champions League Season 2 Soldier Division. And so Diego now angling at this base with another Lawloon army shows me that this is just a meta that is very heavily favored for Lawloon approaches. I'm noticing still that there's a single target Inferno up on the top side, but with this crash into the core, this Archer Queen has just done so much damage and supported now also by the Royal Champion tossing that Rocket Spear out. This is a beautiful setup for the Lawloon, which just has few remaining obstacles before it's gonna just crash into the rest of this base, Bash.
Being able to keep that Queen alive to take down the Town Hall was massive for Diego. Now the Lawloon's gonna surge down through the bottom of the base. Keep an eye on that Royal Champion. That's gonna be the main opposition of this attack. But really, all the major defenses are down. Here come the Headhunters. Does throw in a freeze. Lost one Headhunter. The second one is in there dealing out lots of damage. This is looking really good for Diego.
2 Headhunters is great, but really it's air and a spare at this point. If you get the 1 Headhunter, you're shutting down the DPS on that enemy hero, and getting pretty much exactly what you need. It looks like there is nothing to stop this base. Still have a monolith and a single target Inferno, but with the swarm of balloons still blotting out the sun, these defenses are not going to last for long. Diego gets the job done in less time than it took Pulse Gaming in their previous attack. A slight lead now for Tompinai Empire with 3 stars across the board so far. Just a little bit of time tipped in their favor.
Our two teams going back and forth here. I love that hero play there. I mean, that is a very tough thing to plan out and actually effectively execute. But we saw Diego have those heroes get so much value. The King was out in front of the Queen, just providing all that support. And then the Queen, with their ability with those healers, did a great job to take down that Town Hall. And really, there wasn't much left for that Lalun to get. They were able to just go through, cruise in, clip out all those defenses, and they're rewarded with the 3 stars. So like you mentioned, just a slight lead for them, but with a lot of attacks left, we'll have to see how that factors in. I do expect defenses. I don't expect a double perfect, but we're already in with the next one. Takana coming in with another Lalun, Woody. It's a Lalo. It's a balloon parade fest.
This is a scary base to attack with Lalun too, so spread out. And even though these air defenses are, on the far outer edges of the base, they're pretty hard to pierce into because they've just got lots of aerial defenses kind of surrounding them. You see Archer, Queen on the bottom left, Royal Champion on the bottom right. Archer towers kind of all surrounding the air defense on the top left and top right. So heroes are going to get a great stab in it on the top corner, but I'm not exactly sure if they're getting the value of taking down air defending defenses yet. It looks like the Queen able to take out the Town Hall would be a very nice start and limit the amount of cleanup that would be necessary, but big troops coming out. We see a rocket loom, might be a headhunter on the ground there. Queen's taking fire already from that Town Hall and has to pop the ability bash.
Second rocket loon is in there. There's ice golems. One of the Queens does go ahead and take out the ricochet cannon along with the Royal Champion. One thing to keep your eye on is at the bottom of this base, he's going to fly right into the multi-target Archer Towers and Inferno, so he'll be able to protect those balloons with the Warden ability. There goes Warden ability, and here comes a battle blip in early. Takana is moving, but let's see where he tries to land the battle blip. The Town Hall's down. I think it's going to go right here for the Monolith. Yeah, pops it right on top of the Monolith, and he's got great padding through the rest of this base.
This is really looking crushed, Bash. You still have to worry about that Archer Queen over on the left side popping away, but the pups that have come out of that Lava Hound are taking a big beating to her. Haven't quite finished her off just yet, but a few more shots will do it, and there's really nothing left of the space to defend. Balloons on top of the scatter shot are going to be able to take that down no problem, and haste spells all over this base eliminated a big chunk of it. We are looking at a 3-star Bash, and there is no question about it at this point. The rest of the cleanup troops along the bottom side will take out those storages, and Takana secures the second triple for Pulse Gaming.
Alrighty, they get it done at a nice little pace right there. I think that was actually the replay from earlier. We were having some technical issues. I'm sure some of you guys see that on screen. We did have technical issues getting into the first one. People always point that out, so I figured I would go ahead and get out in front of that one, Woody. But nonetheless, it is a very convincing 3-star for Takana, and Pulse Gaming do have the lead as we do move forward in this war. Tompinai Empire will look to respond, but it's been kind of a tale of 2 different wars here. That first war, we saw double charges, we saw dragons, we saw E-dragons. This war has been a lot of Lalo, which a lot of people would say, I know I've said for a long time, Lalo is the strongest attack in the game if you can execute it properly, and we've seen it done really well so far.
It's the refined attack strategy for the gentleman elitist who knows that ruling the skies are all that you need to achieve victory. Al-Mualin from Tompinai Empire will not rock the boat too much, although he's bringing another Lalun army. He does have an interesting complement of a Golem and Valkyrie on the ground here to get a little bit of funneling work done early on. The Golem is protecting for that Archer Queen. When you don't have enough army space to get a full Queen charge set of healers behind her, why not just bring a Golem out in front? No splash damage structures that can threaten the Queen, and so this is another beautiful way to get a launched point for this injury. Also drops a Flame Flinger on the right side, does catch that Tesla early. Great news for Al-Mualin protecting that Flame Flinger and doing a good job at making sure that the defenses on this right side are going to go down without too much difficulty. Flame Flinger does lock onto another air defense, and it looks like there's another one over on the left side corner that's going to get taken out without much difficulty either. That Barbarian King just ripping and tearing through this base, Bash.
Ripping and tearing indeed. Flame Flinger going ahead and launching shot. I think one of the more underrated things we see these pros do in these Lalo attacks is sending the king and queen into 2 separate compartments and getting so much value. What was really nice there is the king was able to actually deal with those headhunters without much issue. World Champion's going to go ahead and come in, take out the scatter shot. Queen gets the Town Hall down, and here comes the Lalo from top. And look at this, it's a big swarm of balloons from all different angles. The main threat going to be the multi-inferno in the middle and that scatter shot, but they should be targeted relatively soon.
Bash, I know you have a defense set in your heart at some point, but if I were picking out any quarterfinal match that could possibly go down to a time-based tiebreaker, it might just be this one. We are seeing that core completely crushed, and with distraction for this scatter shot, no fear at all that it's going to go down. Still do have a multi-archer tower and a last line of defense on the bottom being those 2 Teslas, but that's a lot of balloons still left to crush, and a couple more coming in out on the outer edges. Wizard and Headhunter will give a last little bit of support if necessary, and this 3-star is all but guaranteed. We're just gonna have to wait a little bit longer for the last remaining troops to crash in and collapse down. It looks like there's no time left, but fear you not. As Bash mentioned, we are watching a replay, and so even though there are 0 seconds left, that's because there is 0 base left. Al-Molin finds the triple and keeps this war tied at 6 to 6 stars.
Yeah, just keep an eye on the average time there on the right-hand side as we are playing a little bit of catch-up. I'm pretty sure the next attack is already in, but fret you not, guys. We just want to make sure we show you all of the action and show you how we got to this point. We are all tied up, and I kind of agree with your assessment there, Woody. This could be a war where we see both these teams, dare I say, go perfect. Oh, that's the caster jinx, Woody. It's done. There's no way they're going perfect now, but they have looked very dominant in the plans. I think the plans are more impressive than the execution. They're just broken down these bases in a way that these balloons are able to sail through after the heroes do all the heavy lifting.
Bash, you thought that you jinxed it and would cause a defense by saying that it could be a perfect beat perfect, but you already showed your hand earlier saying that you were expecting a defense, and so you've actually reverse jinxed it and are guaranteeing a perfect beat perfect war by predicting it. So thank you very much for that. I'm really looking forward to seeing which team is going to win based on time now, because as the mid-war proceeds, we have another opportunity for these squads to eye down their competition, to, at high noon, stare from across the field and get a sense of how quick they think their opponent's going to run to the middle and claim those stars. With only a 6-second separation between Pulse Gaming and Tompinai Empire, we are starting to see a narrowing of chances between these two teams, knowing that they can't rely on their defenses, and that's where the mind games start to really set in. It's actually a 3-second advantage, less than 6 for Tompinai Empire at this point. Watto, next to attack, will finally be going grounded, and in an interesting turn of events, will actually be going with Super Bowlers, something we haven't seen a whole lot of recently, Bash.
Yeah, but if you remember, like the end of Town Hall 15, Super Bowlers were super prevalent. Yeah, play on words, intentional there, especially in Legends League. We saw Super Bowlers everywhere, and they did receive a little bit of a buff, a lot of necessary hit points that they got. And we see players still use them from time to time. More likely you're going to see the Super Witches or the Electro Titans, but on the right base, and if you look at this base there in the middle, on the right base where it's clustered up like that, the Super Bowler bounces, when you have them raged up, can just get so much value. So if Wadu can do a great job of setting up the middle of this base, getting those Super Bowlers in position and getting those rages placed properly, this one could deal out tons and tons of damage.
Catching a couple of Teslas on the top side there. The Grand Warden's going to just forget about them. He needs to go help out the Queenie anyways. Watto drops a jump spell that'll be able to get those troops into the core, but he's got to be very concerned about all the splash damage that's going to be firing away at him. Multiple scatter shots are going to be getting in range soon. Multi-target Inferno and a Town Hall. I mean, it raged them up. This is going to be a lot of damage that he's got to block. He's got the King out in front to try to take some of those shots, and popping the Eternal Tone will protect him for a little while, but he's running against the clock now, and Watto needs to crash in as fast as he can, get a lot of splash damage of his own, and take these towers down, Bash.
It was a long Warden walk to set this up. The bowlers are bouncing through there. They're a little bit distracted. Queen's going to go ahead and take down the Town Hall. Watto keeping the bowlers rage. Town Hall's down, but got to get through the middle of this base. I don't think there's there's no jump in there, so he's just going to rely on all the troops. I think he wanted that King out in front to Earthquake Boot, open the middle of the base, but doesn't get that. 1 minute remaining. This one is going to be really close with 60% down.
Time is major factor here as Watto's going to have to race against the clock to get all the way around this base. He knows that there were only 3 minutes at the start of this deploy to destroy the entirety of Rigo Torres' setup. And there are still a lot of walls he's got to crash through. You mentioned it that he was hoping to crack through that center compartment with that earthquake boot setup. He did not get through there, and so is having instead to rely on splash damage and pathing around these awkward walls. It looks like he's just barely done it though, and with the retarget of the Eagle Artillery onto the Archer Queen, she should be able to still safely finish off the last few defenses of this base. And it is looking like another triple as Pulse Gaming's Watto brings the heat. What?
Yeah, Woody, 15 seconds. Look how many buildings are remaining. 10 buildings still remaining up there. 2, 4, 6, 8 buildings, 10 seconds. It's going to be time, Woody. He's going to time fail, and I did end up jinxing Pulse Gaming as they will get the first fail of the war. It is going to be a 94% time fail.
Just thought we had enough time. You know, I was relying on this replay indicator to give me a sense of how much was remaining, and I made the mistake of trusting it, Bash. Unfortunate for Watto, coming up short when it seemed like all was on his side. He just didn't have enough time to close the gap, and that's surprising to me. I'm like rewinding the replay now to try to watch it again because I thought,
if you notice, it started at 3 minutes, Woody. Yeah. I didn't want to point that out because I didn't want to ruin it for the audience. But as we are playing catch up here, that is one unfortunate thing. Now this one, we don't have the full clock, so this one will get done a little bit earlier as Rigo Torres is in, and it looks like we have the rocket balloon set up. No double charge. It's going to be the big Warden charge here that we saw a lot of pros using in the World Championship. The Warden's going to be in charge of just taking out as much as possible, using that angry jelly to go ahead and get into the Eagle. He should have a fireball on this Warden, and the fireball should be able to sail right into the middle. Fort and Vizes will allow him to get that fireball maybe in towards that single to take out the clan castle and set up really nice pathing for the rest.
This is maybe one of the favorite setups to watch for a lot of casters. I know Coco has said that. We love seeing that massive giant fireball crash in. It's really difficult to get the setup just perfectly timed and angled, but it looks like he got exactly what he wanted. Fires the fireball in, and with those earthquake spells has annihilated the core, taking out the clan castle and Inferno Tower, both of those ricochet cannons, and setting up beautifully for the follow-up to come in next. It's almost always rocket loons to get them in deep and deal massive damage. Did find a black bomb, but is going to have overkill with another rocket loon dropped on the top right anyways. Rigo Torres from Tompinai Empire looking to drill a nail into Pulse Gaming's coffin with a 3-star here that would give them a star lead, exactly what they're looking for here in the mid-war, Bash.
And notice what he did here. He used those heroes way away from the Warden. He doesn't want to risk pulling the Warden to the heroes, so using those heroes on the complete opposite side of the base will be very, very effective. But I'm a little bit worried. These heroes are under a lot of damage. The Queen already went to ability, but she does get healers. King's gonna go ahead and use Earthquake Boots and open everything up, but he's got to get to this Town Hall. Poison Tower does, though. Their World Champion still has ability, and he still does have a Battle Blimp, which is actually gonna fly in right now for that Town Hall. So I think Town Hall will actually be secured with that Battle Blimp, and everything else can work around the outside here.
Gorgeous, man. What overkill for that Town Hall too. That Battle Blimp went like a beeline for the Town Hall and took it down without any resistance. I also love noticing that skeleton spell used for the entry point of the Royal Champion on that right side corner to protect her and ensure that the scatter shot didn't get a lock. This is just such a beautiful overkill shot from Rigo Torres, still holding on to a rage spell, a few more rocket loons and minions in tow. This thing is absolutely crushed. Another 3-star, and I hope I'm not calling it too early this time around, but it looks like there's hardly any base left to block and deny Rigo Torres' domination. Tompinai Empire still ahead with a tic-tac-toe 3 stars in a row.
Yeah, that was really well done by Rigo. Great setup. Great job of being aware of the hero situation and keeping that king and queen well away. But I think he did a really good job of just opening up the base. I think the positioning, it's one of the harder things to predict. You can predict it a little bit, but getting the king in the right position at the right time for the earthquake boots is such an underrated thing. We saw Rigo do it really nicely to open up this base. Queen was able to squeak in there and get the town hall down. And now Tompinai Empire look in the commanding position. They are up by a star with only 2 attacks left. All they need to do is keep being consistent and not have any mistakes, and they should be able to move forward.
Well, good luck with that. Only 2 attacks left, but still a tough opponent ahead of them. They do have the advantage of getting to respawn though, and so really everything is in Tompinai Empire's favor at this point. Winning matters, and we want to thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming once again for sponsoring this beautiful event and giving us another chance to find the best teams out there in the Clash of Clans esports universe. It's looking ever so likely like Tompinai Empire is going to be emerging ahead this time around with maybe even a 15-14 scoreline, Bash. They've been doing very, very well across the board except for one tiny slip up, and if the previous war that we watched earlier today is any suggestion, I think that we can still have a close competition ahead for these two squads. Let's see how Sahara does in this next attack.
Coming in with a classic Root Rider strategy, 1 Overgrowth in hand, 20 Super Barbarians, so they'll look to clean up the back end of this base usually after the Root Riders kind of surge through. The Barbarians are used to kind of push the Root Riders back towards the Town Hall. A few of them used for the funnel right here, but all the roots are in. They're going to open up the base. Remember, Woody, as they walk through these walls, they will destroy them as long as they're not just raged up and moving too quickly. This is a great start from Sahara, but also it is a long way to go on this base.
Yeah, sure is. We saw a lot more Root Riders earlier on when there was no hard mode being utilized. Sahara still relying on this big ground-based army comp suggests that he has got a lot of confidence that it is still effective. Overgrowth, though, on the far right side is another rapid assault on this base, shutting down some of those core defenses and putting them in another one of those awkward spots where it's probably either going to be a 3-star or a 1-star. But with a star already missing, Sahara knows that Pulse Gaming have got to go pedal to the metal and take every possible risk to make this triple happen. With such a huge army of hogs, super hogs, in fact, and Root Riders, it looks like this triple is guaranteed, Bash.
Yeah, it's looking really, really good. Great freeze spell there from the freeze. Yeah, from the freeze there. Taking on the Town Hall should not be an issue, and there it goes. It falls down, and it's going to be another 3-star. Pulse Gaming still behind, but they are still in this battle.
Well, yeehaw for Sahara. Pulse Gaming gives another little boost of confidence to his squad that they might still be able to pull this one off after all. A miss earlier on is not going to dampen their excitement at all, and they are still charging forth with all guns blazing. Rocio attacking next. We've seen Sahara do some excellent damage to his base, but Tompinai Empire's Rocio will get a chance to hit that revenge button now and find out whether there's a 3-star left in his chamber. Bash, as this war is finishing up and it's looking like Tompinai Empire are in the lead, do we have any news from across the rest of the matches? I know we still have another quarterfinal hit going. Are you able to see into that war at all about Sigma Squad and HTM Esport?
I am not, Woody. I am not. Unfortunately, I did not get the
Neither do I. I was hoping one.
Yeah, I couldn't find the proper document to open up. Let's see if Maxi has it for us. Maxi, if you're listening, do you have an update on the other war? Maxi will let us know. He's really good. I think he's got the details of all the
battlefield scout.
Yeah. We're just here living in the moment. Maxi is out there doing all the real work for us. He's our battlefield reporter.
Yes, indeed. All right, so with Tompinai Empire coming up next with another attack by Rocio, we know that, as you mentioned, they only need 2 more triples to seal the deal here. Do we expect to see them go back to the skies as we were watching earlier in this war, or is it going to be a ground-based assault from here on out?
Honestly, I think they go with what's best on the base, although their Lalo attacks were pretty convincing and very, very strong throughout. I think they're doing a good job of throwing what's best at the base, not really forcing anything. Whatever they're most comfortable with, I think they know like what player is comfortable with what attack strategy, and I think that's what you got to do in this situation, especially only needing 3 stars. Time is not an issue now. You got to just use your best attack on the best base and hopefully walk away with a 3-star. But remember, if they do miss, what was it, 94%? Yeah, if they miss, they still want it to be above 94% and they'll be fine. Anything lower and they leave the door open for a comeback.
Okay, well, we'll find out shortly if Rocio is able to pull it off. We do have, looks like almost the full 3 minutes on this one, Bash. It could be really, really close. Rocio setting up for a Super Witch Assault, known to be one of the slower attacks in here, and he's combined it with a couple of Electro Titans, trying to smash through this base, supercharged to the brim, and with plenty of multi-target Infernos going to get raged up in the core. He knows that there's going to be a lot of splash damage firing away at him, Bash.
Rocio setting it up here. Just 2 Super Witches and 2 Electro Titans. This was kind of a popular strategy when the smash attacks started taking over, kind of blending the two. Those Electro Titans do a great job kind of clearing out in front, and the Super Witches with those big boys can just provide so much beef in the middle of a base. There goes the Fireball with the Earthquakes just to create some pathing. I thought he might go for the Eagle Artillery, but actually elects just to create the funnel and create the pathing on the left side. Now everything else is going to look to go right up the middle.
We saw a 2-star 94% from Watto, and so Rocio really needs to get ahead of that 2-star 94% mark to keep Tompinai Empire in the lead here. He's marching with a massive giant fireball on that bottom corner, right up the gut now, holding on to 1 jump spell and ready to lunge over these walls whenever he can get his troops close enough to set the pathing perfectly for them. Still has a lot of compartments on the backside he's going to have to deal with, but holds on to the Royal Champion, able to lunge over those walls. This is shaping up to be a very interesting follow-up now, as the jump is now ready to deploy. And those troops are going to start to cruise in toward the Town Hall. They're going to get shut down by Ice Golems, 2 of them, to slow down, but only the Town Hall Inferno beam starting to heat up these heroes. 1 does go down there, and with a free spell added on, it's going to shut down the Monolith. The Town Hall is going to be secured for the 2-star, but how much further can Rocio take this, Bash?
Yeah, with that Monolith dealing so much damage, it's going to be tough. Look at that Tesla farm over there on the left. This is going to be a tough finish for Tompinai Empire, who are in the lead right now, but a fail could leave this war open for Pulse Gaming to make the mistake, or make the comeback, excuse me. Rocio looking to get through here, but this base is just providing so much damage output. Expo firing, Tesla's firing. He still does have Queen and Royal Champion. I think he's going to have enough, but it was a little bit close there for a minute. Queen goes to ability right now, and with the spells, should have enough to get through here.
And holding on to an invisibility spell. Rocio has still got a lot of rounds left in the chamber. The heroes are just coming in so clutch to finish this base off. A massive giant bomb explodes right in the core of this army, but so many hit points still left on these troops. And although he came down to the wire, it looks like all of the buildings will now be destroyed. Rocio from Tompinai Empire scores a triple with the Super Witch Electro Titan smash attack, and has beautifully pathed the very difficult angle of attack through this base, finding that Tesla farm only at the very end and still able to smash through all that remained. Congrats, Rocio. Only 1 more triple from Tompinai Empire to guarantee advancement into the semifinals.
All right, Woody, you asked me, and I got a hold of Maxi. Maxi doing all the hard work for us out here. The offline matchup, Sigma Squad versus HTM Esports. HTM is up 12-11 after 4 attacks each. So 1 more attack remaining for both of those squads, but it looks like HTM Esports in a similar situation to Tompinai right here, where they can kind of control their own destiny. If they 3-star, they will win that and move forward. So I'll keep an eye on that and update you as we move forward here. But Lincoln is going to be in, and it's going to be rocket balloons, and this one looks to go fast.
Big thanks to Maxi and to you as well, Bash, for keeping an eye on that other war. And boom goes the dynamite. Another big shot from Lincoln as the giant fireball crashes into the core. More earthquakes, dealing a lot of damage, but the clan castle is standing. That multi-archer tower is still standing. I imagine that he had intended to take those down, but with repairs coming in from the battle builder hut up on that top side, I think Lincoln is going to be cut short on the full impact that he was looking for out of that entry point, Bash.
I think the bigger issue here is the clan castle did not fall down. It's getting repaired as well. It has only ice golems, so it's not a lot of damage dealing stuff. It did do a really great thing here by putting the warden on air mode. Their ground bows and cannons and stuff obviously not able to target the warden, but those ice golems are going to look to go over to the king and will slow the king down and maybe slow these heroes down, as the queen's already losing tons of health and goes to ability.
Yeah, that is a major annoyance and can really slow down an attack when it matters most. If you hit troops that are in the core when they're being fired on by scatter shots, inferno towers, that can really decimate a raid. But it does look like the ice golems are a little bit more closer to the outer edge now. Lincoln is burning his Royal Champion ability, taking down a few of them with the rocket spears, just kind of slowly getting shut down. But this base is pretty well cooked, and it looks like Pulse Gaming are going to close out with a strong finish, Bash.
They will get to 14 stars, so they are still alive in this one. Now, on the other hand, we were just updating that last war. HTM Esports did get the final 3-star and get the perfect war. So HTM Esports will move on to play the winner of this matchup. I'm pretty sure they play the winner of this matchup. So if Tompinai Empire can get one more 3-star, I believe they will play HTM Esports in our next matchup.
What a thrilling follow-up that would be in the semifinals for HTM Esports to face off against the winner of this team. Commiserations to the Sigma squad, putting 10 points up on the leaderboard, but will not be able to advance. And yet it is not guaranteed for Tompinai Empire. Pulse Gaming have put up 14 stars and only missed 6% on their previous attacks this war. And so if we get a 95% or better from Tompinai Empire, that will be enough to have them move on. But time was actually pretty well sealed in Pulse Gaming's favor toward the end of this war. It looks like 2 minutes and 5-second average attack time, even with that long 3-minute attack that we got from Watto coming short of the triple. And so it really does require a 95% 2-star from El Tano, the last to attack from Tompinai Empire, if they want to make sure that they can move on to the semifinals, Bash.
Yeah, and our apologies on this matchup. I know we are seeing some replays throughout here, and I know that can be frustrating for viewers, but sometimes these things happen. We had some technical issues getting into the first attack, so that's why we're seeing this. But if we do take a look at the time, this one looks to go fast for El Tano, as it is going to be Roots with Valkyries, and the timer is only like a minute 20 something on this one. So let's see if El Tano can secure the victory.
I think we know what that means. El Tano looking very confident now as he's assaulting this base from the top left side and just doing a pancake smash along the entire edge, leaving no buildings left, not having to worry about funneling at all. This is a sign of a great level of confidence in the attack. He is getting a single target Inferno soaking a lot of damage up here on the top side now, but with the crack through of these Root Riders, it's looking ever better protected, and with a beautiful placement of that Overgrowth, should be able to take out a lot of the splash damage structures protecting this Town Hall. Does still have to worry about that scatter shot on the back end, but this assault is just beautifully angled, and I think that El Tano is going to be very happy about the entry point following through to the end. Still has 2 more free spells and a rage left to commit to the tricky sections of this base, but he is chewing it up and will spit it out, Bash.
Very well executed attack. Still has King ability, as we see here. The King's going to go over and take out the Town Hall.
Oh, yeah.
This one is crushed.
Oh, yeah.
Tompinai Empire will get the victory, and they will move forward in our tournament, taking down Pulse Gaming 15-14, our second of such scores in our broadcast so far.
How do they make it look so easy, Bash? I ask myself all the time. These teams at the top are imperturbable. They are so focused. They have such incredible planning with only a few minutes at the top of this war to figure out where they're going to aim their armies. They have done it again. Another perfect match from Tompinai and just 6% missing from Pulse Gaming. Well done to them, but they cannot claim victory against a team that goes perfect like this. And Tompinai Empire, as you mentioned earlier, will be facing off against HTM Esports. It's a Latin America smackdown, as the Brazilian team on the other side is going to... Oh, sorry, HTM is not running.
Yeah, I don't think it's the Brazilian.
Yeah, it's a...
Yeah, we
different lineup for HTM, but still, Tompinai Empire, the kings or reyes of the Spanish world, are going to be moving on in the semifinals nonetheless.
That's okay, Woody. These things happen as we take a look at the updated bracket. Momentum Shifters going against TTP Esports, and exactly what Woody just said. HTM Esports against Tompinai Empire. Those will be our semifinal matchups. Remember, we are playing single elimination, and we have 3 more matchups here today. There's a lot on the line. Pretty much the 2 teams that make it to the grand final will be guaranteed a spot in our finals next weekend, which will be double elimination with a $20,000 top prize, $50,000 total prize pool on the line. That's going to be next weekend, guys. Again, make sure you subscribe, have notifications on. We're live Saturday and Sunday with all that great Clash action. You definitely don't want to miss any of that, right, Woody?
Absolutely not, Bash. With $50,000 up for grab in one single weekend of competition, we have been building up to that event for a very long time with these open cups, giving an opportunity to everyone out there to test their mettle for a huge prize. We have got another great set of wars coming up for you today, as the semifinals will continue shortly in the Clash of Clans Snapdragon Pro Series. Stick with us.
Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Howdy, champs, and welcome back. We are still fighting hard in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 as our semifinal matches are up next. It's my pleasure to welcome back another great co-caster to join me here on the digital stage. Eve Maxey, how are you doing?
I am doing great. Thank you, Woody, for welcoming me, and thank you everyone at home for sticking with us. This is what you came to see, our first semifinal. We got the momentum shifters taking on TTP Esports. Here's our lineup for the most shifters. We got Ahmad, Zekin, Maziar TK, Leo, and Imran.
And this is a very momentous match because which team will advance to the Open Cup will be determined based upon the result of this semifinals. The winner here will get 50 points minimum, which by our calculation is going to be enough to go all the way to the Open Cup. As a result of wins already scored by other top-ranked teams, there is an open spot where 50 points is going to be enough to make it to the Open Cup, Maxi.
Yeah, we are already in the first attack. We got a little bit of a connection issue. Let's hope it's not Ahmad there. He played an Electro Dragon and Balloons with a Rage spell to start things off. Take out a little bit of the base, especially this Multi-Inferno. And now he starts all in with the Electro Dragons. There goes the Warden. Can he catch the blip in the Warden ability? Yes, he can. Oh, luckily there didn't catch the Tornado Trap, which was more to the right side of where he started. And interestingly, using an Overgrowth spell, Woody.
Lots of damage in the core as that Poison Tower is popping off, and raged up defenses are just annihilating those loons. Electro Dragons are having a hard time as they're so spread out and not getting much splash damage on their own. The Overgrowth is down, shutting down a lot of defenses on the back end, but the Eagle Artillery still stands, and I don't know if this E-Dragon is going to go down in time or if it's going to be able to take it out or not. Scatter Shot's going to lock onto it, and it's got one shot off, but oh, the Scatter Shot's not enough to kill it in one shot. Barely kills the Eagle, Maxi.
Yeah, wow, that was really, really close there, but the E-Dragon just got one more shot off, and Ahmad still has the Royal Champion with her ability and a free spell, so I think he should be golden in this one, as the Electro Dragons were able to pierce through the core of this base, not leaving anything up there, and the heroes are just so strong, so they're able to take out what is left of this base, and this is the first 3-side, a very fast one as well for the Momentum Shifters.
Very well done to Ahmad, and starting off strong with an Electro Dragon army. Haven't seen a whole lot of those. They're a favorite among some players like yours truly that are just trying to get a quick attack in there without asking too many questions. But they also do work very, very well at the top levels when you find the right base to send them in with. So Momentum Shifters grabbing a 3-star in hard mode with Electro Dragons adds a little bit more respect and cred to that beautiful big blue flying beast.
Absolutely well-deserved cred for the Electro Dragon there, but definitely sets the tone for this match with a quick and early 3-star with the Electro Dragons just easily striking through this space, even though this Eagle Artillery gave him a hard time, but in the end was taken down. Now it's going to be tough for TTP to reply with a 3-star of themselves after such a convincing first attack from their opponents. Bunch is going to be the one who has this tough job, but I think that 11 minutes at this level are probably enough for him to find a good plan on a base of, what are they called? Momentum Shifters.
I'm hoping you're right. We've seen a little bit less of TTP Esports relative to the Momentum Shifters who have stormed through the competition so far this year, and so I wouldn't be too scared to call TTP the underdog, but haven't seen them just pick up a victory over Pulse Nebula. We know that they have been able to take wins off of tough teams before. However, all 3 of the other matches that were fought in the quarterfinals were 15-14 score lines for the winning teams. With TTP scoring just 14 stars in their own match, they really do have their work cut out for them in this war against the Momentum Shifters to prove that they can put a perfect up when push comes to shove, Maxi.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's definitely not definitely within the ordinary for them, not impossible. But I'm excited to see what types of attack strategies they will bring. I actually have no idea, and it's probably been hard for Momentum Shifters as well to determine where they should set the traps, what kind of entries they should expect, because this is always the case with the lesser known teams. You really don't know where their strength and where their weaknesses are, but we'll get to get more knowledge about that in a second, with Bunch starting us off with what seems to be a little bit of a one walk into Electro Titan Smash, so a little bit of the synchronic gaming strategy we saw in the World Championship. The Eagle Artillery now left standing with a little bit of HP. I guess he will send in maybe a balloon there in a second, already setting the funnel there, and he will go straight into the 6 o'clock corner of the space. But a couple of testers, Woody, could pose a problem with the funneling.
Yeah, Tesla farms are always a tricky challenge to figure out, and especially so whenever you're working early to try to get your funneling figured out. But Siege Barracks over on that left side is going to pop out some Tesla Terrifiers. It's the P.E.K.K.A to shut that down. While the rest of this main army is going to be able to jump through into the core now. Super Dragon pops out of the clan castle, and that could cause a lot of damage if he doesn't shut it down quickly. It's breathing fire all over the place, but does get eliminated, and that's a sigh of relief for Bunch, who's able to charge in, still guns blazing, hoping that these multi-target Infernos, multi-target Archer Towers are not going to be too much splash damage to deny this Electro Titan assault.
Yeah, but so far the attack is unfolding very, very nicely. The Earthquake Boots from the King open up the entire core of the base. Every single defense reachable for his smash. The Royal Champion already sent in from the 3 o'clock side, adding a bunch of cleanup troops right behind this. And this should be an easy 3-star for TTP Esports' Bunch to start things off for them. And this is exactly the answer they needed to give to Momentum Shifters after that initial 3-star.
Congratulations and well done to Bunch, knocking apart this base and delivering a 3-star follow-up to keep this war tightly matched between TTP Esports and the Momentum Shifters. Maziar TK's base has been annihilated, and it was another beautiful ground-based attack this time that was able to pinch this base, pairing up Frosty with the Archer Queen. And interestingly, the Unicorn went to go back up the Grand Warden this time around. Didn't see any healing support besides the healers on that Archer Queen. I think it was a puppet that popped those out. And so still a long, heavy, sturdy assault that kept the heroes alive until the very end. Got the victory that time, Maxi.
Yeah, nice attack there. Early fireball, pretty easy, more on the outside to create a funnel, and nicely determining that the Eagle Artillery would not get taken out by the fireball and the earthquake, but he knew that he could just send in 1 or 2 balloons and the death damage would kill it off, so he saved another spell space there with not bringing another earthquake spell. Those are the little details that make these pro players so fierce, that make their attacks so strong, and that make their hit rate so high. So great job here from Bunch, and I love that he brought the Synchronic Gaming Electro Titan Smash here to the table. I mean, they showed in the World Championship that this was an attack strategy that was able to take out the best bases in the world that have been prepared for a month, so why shouldn't it work here in this very competition? Great job, and I was a little bit surprised that we didn't see more of this attack strategy earlier on. So this might be the entire game plan for TTP Esports. We might not have seen it for the last time from them.
Always love to see new teams coming up with novel ways to take a base down and kind of create a new opening in this meta game. Momentum Shifters have got to adjust their approach, knowing now what's up against them, with the possibility of bases that they had constructed against one team maybe not faring quite as well against the TTP squad. Still, let's see how Zekin does next. We know that Zekin from the Momentum Shifters may be fighting his last war with them here this time around, as his departure from that team has been confirmed, but will still be fighting with them this season of the Snapdragon Pro Series, hoping to go out on a high note. He's marching forth with a massive ground-based approach and pops that Eternal Tome early. Those Root Riders are getting pulled to the outer edge of the base, and it looks like only a few of them are making it into the interior. A little bit of an awkward entry and waiting to see when there it goes. An Overgrowth spell shutting down the core, holding on to a second one as well, but still have lots of damage pouring out from that monolith and archers all over the place, Maxi.
Yeah, indeed. They went everywhere, or split out around this base. Hopefully, yeah, the King was able to take out this scatter shot at the bottom side. There's still a ricochet cannon on the left side, while Zekin was using his second overgrowth spell there just over the town hall to make sure that his troops take out the monolith and the surrounding defenses before finally going to that town hall. But Woody, the troops are fading out, and I talked about this very risk there of the double overgrowth spell attacks. If your troops have to go all the way back to the town hall, being the last building of the attack, it might as well be a 1-star. But I wouldn't call it too early, as Zekin still has 2 super wall breakers and a rage spell, but he has to do everything perfectly now. He has to wait until the Tesla is down, then bring the super wall breaker in. Now he should try to open the wall, which he doesn't. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And you're right, he lost the healer. That is not good news, because he needs to rage the queen. Just lost another healer, Woody.
Bad news. He's going to rage up this Archer Queen ASAP, trying to keep that healer on full blast, but there is just not enough. I wish he had dumped a few of those barbs to try to distract the ricochet cannon, but as it stands, the queen is down and the town hall is still standing. Zekin, with a devastating 1-star hit, has left so many stars up on the board, and momentum has swung so decisively in TTP Esports' favor that it's hard to imagine a comeback to happen at this point.
Absolutely. Now they would need to fail twice to lose 2 stars, at least fail if the fails were 2 stars there. But you did the exact right call there, in my opinion. He could have distracted the ricochet cannon with these super barbarians, maybe even with just the super archer, but it would also have been super hard to still take out this town hall if the ricochet cannon, even if he was able to take out the ricochet cannon. It's just I don't know what the players like about this attack strategy. We've seen it in the World Championship. We've seen it in many, many tournaments before. It always turns out to be close. And if I were a pro player, I just wouldn't use this strategy anymore and concentrate more on Warden Walk, I don't know, Super Witches, Lalo attacks, Electro Dragons. There are so many other things that do not give your teammates, that do not give the casters, and do not give the viewers at home a heart attack every single time you bring it. So I think better go with something else.
Well, 60% of the time it works every time. You know, shutting down big, heavy defenses can be an effective route to victory, but you need to have a massive clump of very high-powered defenses that you're shutting down with that overgrowth spell to still have enough troops left afterwards to finish off the base and grab the 3 stars. In this case, it was a simple miscalculation that left him now 2 stars short. It's so heavily tilted in the high-risk, high-reward side of things, so that I agree with you. It is a difficult justification to bring that sort of army. We're looking now at the next attack from the Javi of TTP Esports, looking for a 2-star minimum, but hoping for that triple, of course. With a Warden Walk to start off, he catches a Tesla trap or 2 on the left corner of the base. Good news for Javi as he makes his way a little bit closer to that Town Hall, hoping to be able to put pedal to the metal and speed up a little bit. But with the invisibility spells going out, expect to see a giant fireball destroy that compartment almost completely. Another Tesla pops up, and it's little left to defend from still a massive Warden Walk on the left corner, Maxi.
Oh yes, very, very tough here. The Town Hall's still alive, but yeah, he should be fine actually. Still has the 2 Electro Titans in the back there. But this Town Hall probably standing until the end of the attack is not great news. Oh, he's trying to wall break now. That is interesting. But the king does not lure his queen over, but there goes... Okay. There goes the Flame Flinger, and this should actually work. The Flame Flinger will first go for the multi-archer tower, and once this is taken out, it should target the Town Hall. So then Harvey should be good here. The jump spell nicely connects all of the compartments on the right side of the base. I think he has to drop a couple of more of the druids now, but then I think this is not looking too bad for him.
Yep, still does have that big scary Town Hall out on the left side, but as soon as his Flame Flinger finishes off that last defense on the bottom section, it will get the retarget over there. Looks like that Barbarian King is not going to be close enough to be able to challenge the assault from the Siege Machine, and that is going to be the 2nd star secured. So at least there's going to be no massive letdown here from Javi. Indeed is still charging through, aiming for the triple as the Druid pops over on the right side to protect that Royal Champion, charging through, takes down that geared up Archer Tower, and with that Spirit Fox right behind her, will still have a lot of damage to apply onto this base. Archer Queen right up the gut has still got some great protection from those healers as well. I saw one more Druid pop, and it seems like this is going to be a pincer movement toward the top, hoping to keep as many heroes alive still as possible, while that Ricochet Cannon is the last big defense to worry about. Popping this Royal Champion ability should leave little left to the imagination, though, as this base just does not have any defenses left to deny Javi the triple, Maxi.
Yeah, oh, that was so unlucky how everything pathed into the Town Hall poison. Now it's just 12 seconds on the clock. This storage on the right side might be a problem, but can the Royal Champion get there in time, get some strikes off? It's 4 more seconds, 3, 2, 1. Oh, that was a buzzer beater right there.
Magnificent finish on a live replay indeed, showing us still how close these attacks can come down to the wire, aiming for a triple. He comes away with it nonetheless and has left no defenses standing on the Momentum Shifters side of the map. They have got their work cut out for them now. A 2-star deficit going into the mid-war. They are going to have to be true to their name and really pull a rabbit out of a hat. Show us a magic trick, Momentum Shifters, because with only 3 strikes left, you have got a major star deficit to overcome. And Maxi, I know that the work can be done. We have seen the attacks fail from TTP in the past. You know, they only came away with 14 stars last time. But is there any hope still left for the defensors, the base builders over on Momentum Shifters, that they may be able to salvage this one? Or is this a time when as a team, you're just like, well, do your best, cross your fingers, and hope for whatever happens? Is the morale just collapsing on the Momentum Shifter side?
Hopefully not. I mean, when I was in a situation like that, the tornado trap is very close there in Maziar TK's attack, but I think it's still looking good. I always tended to tell my teammates it's all gonna be good. We still have a chance in this. It's only over once they did all of their attacks. A disconnect can happen, a one-star can happen any single time, anytime. So I would definitely try to motivate my teammates to still keep on trying their best in a situation like that. Okay, now looking at this attack, this time around things are not looking as great for Maziar TK. His last attack went actually perfect for him. Everything according to plan. This time around there were a couple of problems there with the funneling. However, I think the Super Wizard Blimp just got enough value, enough of what he intended to get. Now if he's able to take out the Town Hall with his heroes, there's not too much left standing for a Lalo that he could possibly start from the 12 o'clock side right into the Eagle Artillery.
Bottom corner sees a hero smackdown as the defending king is doing everything he can to try to deny an assault by Maziar TK. Not a great look, as you typically hope to see a headhunter applied to that sort of combo to help the assaulting hero go through. Nonetheless, the Town Hall will go down, and with 50% coming off soon after that, this is going to be 2 stars secured so far from the Momentum Shifters, trying to avoid another disastrous star miss when they're already 2 behind. It's up to Maziar TK's balloon assault force to crack through these multi-target infernos and try to take down a big complement of defenses still left. He's got one more freeze, but man, he has just taken a walloping hit so far and will really need to rely heavily on these heroes to finish off this base, Maxi.
Yeah, unfortunately the heroes died in the Town Hall poison, especially the Queen. No more additional value, and this seems to be falling short, and we can tell for sure that it is falling short now. He was a little bit late there with the free spells, I would say, but there was so much damage there for the Lalo to get that it was incredibly hard to pull it off. I don't know if he intended to get the blimp more towards the monolith there, or if that was enough value for him. He used the Royal Champion early on as well. I don't know if that was the right call. He might have had to use her with the Warden, with the Lalo there, protecting him with the Warden ability, but I'm not sure. Like, I haven't played these types of Lalo attacks in a long time. I would have thought Maziar TK would be the right person to ask after seeing his initial 3-star in his first war, where he did an overwhelming 3-star with this exact strategy there. But yeah, something definitely didn't go according to plan, and now their chances are getting slimmer and slimmer.
Momentum Shifters were a squad that did so incredibly well without the hard mode, because they were such a quick squad that could strike back fast and seem to have the persistence to maintain their high quality hits even in a war where they were starting to fall behind. But this just does not seem to be the storyline today in the Snapdragon Pro Series, where TTP Esports, even though they had the weakest offense of any team advancing from the quarterfinals today, they also had the strongest defense of any team advancing for the quarterfinals. Their opponents, Pulse Nebula, only scored 13 stars against them, and it's looking like Momentum Shifters, can't even score 13 stars at this point. Even if they wanted to, they could put 6 more up on the board, but 12 is going to be their cap at this point. And so even if TTP is a little bit behind on offense, maybe they're making up for it, more than making up for it, with superb base building. And so we'll see if that continues to be the story, as Skyrez, seeing a 6-6 star scoreline so far, will get a chance to push this to a potentially 3-star gap in the mid-war now, Maxi.
Yeah, it's actually exactly as I expected, that they are keep playing this strategy from Synchronic Gaming. They found so many black mines early on that it seems like this entry was expected from the base builders. So I wonder if there will be even more black mines or even a red mine farm later on, and that is why it's even more important to use this Warden ability to protect everything pathing into the core of the base, and the King ability opening everything nicely. However, now he has to deal with the Town Hall poison with all of his troops standing in there, and I don't know if enough troops can survive that.
That is a perilous position, soaking the Giga Poison with 2 multi-infernos firing away. Ground-based Expos have just been chipping at this army the entire time. Queen's ability is now popped, and with a tornado going off, those healers are not going to get a whole lot of healing left up on that Queen. She is going down shortly, and it looks like there is not much left to this attack. Skyrise has got to be happy that his partners in crime were able to pull off as much damage as they did, because he is barely getting the 2-star as it appears now at 54%. He is just looking to clean up the outer edges and get that percentage a little bit higher. Momentum Shifters do have a base that can defend after all, but it's not going to be enough to make this much of a competitive war. They need a lot more defending if they want to make this one competitive once again, Maxi.
Yeah, but this is a great step in the right direction. Actually, after after the situation that Momentum Shifters found themselves in, they really have to celebrate every single defense that they can get. And as you said, it was close to getting the 2-star by percentage, which is something we rarely see. And unfortunately, this was not a great game plan for this base from TTP Skyres. With this damage from the Town Hall poison and also the damage early on, the healers are just not able to heal the troops through that when there are multi-infernos, multi-archer towers and ground expos shooting away at the troops throughout the staying in the Town Hall poison. So that was a little bit too euphemistic from Skyris, I would say, to go, or optimistic rather, to go in there. He's able to get a couple more structures down, ending in a nice 69% 2-star at least. But to be honest, all they need are 2 more 2-stars, and they would win this war. Yeah. On percentage, that is. So they, yeah, okay, so 1 more 3-star, 1 more 2-star, then they would win for sure.
Well, you are right, Maxi, that it is a topsy-turvy result now for TTP Esports to be ahead on stars, but actually behind on percentage against the Momentum Shifters. And so if we do indeed see solid defenses from Momentum Shifters the last 2 attacks and still 3-star strikes across the board from their squad, there is the possibility of this coming down to a win for percentage by Momentum Shifters. So we won't give up hope just yet. It is going to be a tough run to make it to the end, but as you mentioned, there is still the possibility, a glimmer of hope now on the horizon for Momentum Shifters. Attacking next, it's going to be Imran for the 4th strike by his team, looking for another 3-star hit to bring the total up to 9. That would give them just a 1-star lead over TTP Esports, still with another attack that TTP would have in tow. But quick hits early on with these rocket loons just charging right in at the Town Hall. Merciless army approach here, Maxi.
Yeah, starting hot and heavy, going for time, I guess it seems, with this attack strategy, going really heavy there with the rocket loons on the outside just to make sure the blimp can take out the Town Hall. Now there's not much air targeting defenses around this Town Hall, so he could send in a couple more balloons, but now is only that I see that he brought 10 bat spells. And what is this? An early Warden Fireball just for outside structures. And look at this, there is no splash damage except the Wizard Tower on the left-hand side and that is very crucial, the Poison Spell Tower. So if Imran is able to trigger this and take out the Wizard Tower, then there's nothing to stop these bad spells.
This is going to be some next level play if he's able to pull off the 3-star with such a wild and wacky maneuver. Yeah, single target Infernos are fantastic at taking down heroes, but they can't do jack about a swarm. And here come the bats. Here they come. Just need to dodge any little upset here. The poison does get triggered with the rocket loon over there on the bottom side. Ooh, a lot of bats are going into the poison. That is bad news. Or bad news.
Not great. But he still has a lot of them working on the monolith. However, oh, this is going to be really close. Really close. I don't think it's enough. The single can burn through bats very quickly.
Yeah, and that air sweeper is just annoying. Going to slow things down. The bats just cannot chew through that battle builder hut. And it looks like we are finding another finish based on percentage for momentum shifters. Held at bay with 2 stars on the wildest attack attempt that I think I have seen today and perhaps in a very long time. Coming very, very close to pulling off a 3-star strike with an army comp that is just out, not even out of this world, it's out of this galaxy. Imran giving us some fireworks to go out on, but the 2-star does leave them very, very short. And it looks like TTP Esports, holding on to another defense, Maxi, are looking for that berth into the Open Cup. Remember, winning this match will guarantee you at least 50 points by advancing to the semifinals, which would put them in 3rd place on the leaderboard behind only Next Gen Esports and HST Gaming.
Yeah, that is the case, and momentum shifters will not have any more chance for the open finals if they lose this match, and it's looking heavily like they will, because they were not able to get more than 8 stars out of 4 attacks, just 1 3-star and even a 1-star in the mix. But I gotta be honest, Woody, I think that this was a mistake. It was obvious that at some point the poison spell tower would get launched. So this was something that Imran should have taken care of before deploying the bat spells. If he would have used the balloons there on the left side to take out the wizard tower and trigger the poison spell tower like 20-30 seconds earlier, then the poison would have vanished and the bats could have easily gone through there, and then I think he would have overpowered the back end of this base just as he intended. So in my opinion, the attack was very complicated, very interesting as you said, but very exotic out of the box, but maybe a little bit too exotic, a little bit too out of the ordinary for Imran, with too many things happening at the same time. But now all eyes on Warman, as he can almost secure the victory for TTP now if he can get a 3-star on the board.
His name has set his destiny, and Warman is waging war with 7 super archers, triple Electro Titan, firing an arrow to cut straight through this base, giant style. And what an interesting layout we still have left on this base by Ahmad. There's not a whole lot on the interior except 3 Inferno towers, one of them set to single, while a lot of this base still on the outside. It's like almost like a quasi ring design, making it very difficult to path any remaining troops into the inside. So I'm curious to see how Electro Titans are going to work out here. There are a lot of ground-based defenses still on the inside of these walls, including ground targeting expos that are going to get some long-range damage in here. But this should be very fun to watch, Maxi.
Oh yeah, it will be. And we just cleared some things there in the background that you were definitely right there with your call before, that HDM Esports are already safely qualified for the open finals. But now back on this attack. Oh, 3 ice golems are not good news, as Warman has to face them inside of the base where there's a lot of damage raining onto his troops. We got the ground bow, we got the town hall, and we got the single Inferno tower burning through one P.E.K.K.A. after the other.
Massive damage in the core there, and with the spiky ball bouncing around on even more, the Barbarian King is going to justify his placement in this army right into the core of the base. It's beautiful funneling work by Warman. On the outside edges, we only have 1 more freeze left to commit to try to clean up the rest of this base, and with the Tesla farm popping up on the left side to try to defend the rest of this angle of approach, Warman is starting to run into a little bit of trouble here. Phoenix pops the king back up, and he's trying to chew through this wall and can't get any more damage on these structures. Queen does find a few more shots from the inside, but she's got to get to the outside of this base if she wants to finish off the rest of it. 1 minute remaining now as Warman angles in for the last line of attack to tear down the rest of these defenses and claim that triple.
Yeah, and he should be good here. Not too much to worry about anymore. Once again, this weird approach of just sending everything into the Town Hall Poison, but I think in this case it was too far into the base, not too much damage left after the Town Hall Poison, and the healers did not die in the Town Hall Poison, so he could still make it work. And this 3-star gets them 3 stars ahead of Momentum Shifters, and with just 1 more attack for each team, that means safe victory unless they disconnect and get a 0-star.
What a dominating push by Warman, and achieves exactly what he set out to do. Another triple from TTP Esports is going to bring their total up to 11 stars. And it looks like even if Momentum Shifters can triple on their own, that'll just tie them up, leaving just 1 star short of TTP Esports to claim a victory and move on to the finals. That would be a very important advancement for them because it means that they would score 50 points. I believe that that would be enough to ensure that they would move on to the Open Cup. And so they are only 1 defense and 1 attack left from earning a $2,000 minimum real money prize by winning this war here, Maxi.
Yep, real money, guys. No gems, no in-game currency, real money that you can buy anything from. So this is definitely a very important war and probably the biggest success ever for TTP Esports. But first of all, we've got Leo once more, the finishing attacker for Momentum Shifters, and this time he is giving us what we want, a Queen Charge Lalo, an attack that we always love to witness. So far funneling looking great for him. King supposed to go inside this compartment. Queen hanging on by a thread there, but with the help of the Frozen Arrow, Frosty's freezing powers, and the Rage spell, he makes her stay alive and keeps her ability intact. So I think everything is going well for him so far.
Ice Golem creeping out of the clan castle is still going to try to challenge these troops. He's hopping around the walls a little bit confused. Headhunters there to pair with him. Could be a challenge for this Archer Queen. She will pop into both of those Headhunters. Very well done. And the Ice Golems are not going to distract until after that scatter shot already goes down. Most Leo's Queen is safe from the biggest threat that this CC could have challenged her with. Long range shots from that Royal Champion, but unfortunately it seems that the Spirit Fox snuck in a bit too far and took shots ahead of the hero, meaning that there is no more Royal Champion left to continue the assault onto the top side. 17 balloons though. Oh, look at that Tesla farm on the left side, and a big hit on the Queen as well, Maxi.
Yeah, and the wall breaker, the first wall breaker did not make it to the wall. Now the second actually opened it. Now he has to freeze the town hall in order to keep his healers alive. Frozen Arrow will slow the town hall down, but he needs to freeze again because the healers were so low. Now the big the small quick Lalo can start early. Warden ability, keeping the Hound alive, keeping the balloons alive, and I think that Leo's got this in his back pocket. The Flame Flinger even still alive. A couple of troops will get out of there to take care of the Tesla farm on the left, and this should be an overwhelming 3-star there. Look at the splash damage from the balloons on the Tesla farm. Easy job for them, and Leo showing his teammates how it's done.
Leo the Lion roars again. Certainly one of, if not the strongest members of this lineup. A fellow countryman of yours, if I'm not mistaken. He's from Germany, and he is certainly in good company along with the German shutout of the World Championships this year, showing that this is not a community to be trifled with. Scoring a triple, he'll bring the Momentum Shifters up to a total of 11 stars, but that is just so much further away from what TTP Esports have been able to do so far. Still a big accomplishment from Leo, but Doyer will have the last laugh. With only 1 more star from him, he will find his way into the Open Cup for the 6th season of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
That is right. Just 1 star needed from Doya. That's a situation that you don't really find yourself in a lot as a pro player. And if you do, I think you're usually really happy about it. Just check your internet connection maybe twice and make sure you get a couple of troops on the board, and then it's mostly almost a 3-star. Maybe he even switched up his attack strategy, but I don't think it's really necessary to get a safe 1-star, because like, I don't know when I've seen the last 0-star in a pro player match. That really only happens once in a decade or so. So I'm pretty confident that Doya is going to bring this home for TTP Esports with this last attack.
Yeah, you almost have to try to get a 0-star with the force of these troops, even in hard mode, with defenses firing as hard as they do. The heroes just have so many hit points and deal enough damage that you really have to just send them into the meat grinder if they're going to go down before they take out half of the base. 10% already scored, and we're leaving just 40% left before Doyer can send TTP Esports into the finals today, and with guaranteed advancement into the Open Cup for next weekend.
Yeah, and what is really nice is that we see a Queen Charge hybrid attack, something we have not seen so far. Oh, but this is not great news. Okay, the second Tesla actually is, but the Queen might go into the wrong direction. Yes, going right into this compartment. He wanted her to go into the Eagle compartment. Oh, and the wall breaker died. But okay, the splash damage from the wall breaker actually opened the wall into the Eagle compartment. So maybe the Queen, after all, will go back there. Now she's under heavy fire though, so Doya needs to rage her again, but so far she's just not going the way he wants her to go.
Heartbreaking follow-up, and yet you can't be too worried when you know that all you need is the 1-star. Doyer's taking a lot of damage on this Queen, does finally finish off the scatter shot, but that's the point at which the Queen's ability is going to get forced out. Healers doing everything they can to try to keep the Queen healthy, but even with that big pop of the mirror, this is just not going the way Doyer was hoping for. And as we're seeing once again, TTE Esports finding that their offense is a little bit short, and they're just relying on their defenses to get wins once again. It's going to be enough to send them all the way to the finals this week, as the 1-star is secured, and they will defeat Momentum Shifters with 12 stars already, maybe another 1 or 2, Maxi.
Yeah, he could have waited a little bit more with the Warden ability there. Now everything will not die, but will take damage. In the Town Hall Poison, he's trying to heal against it, but I don't think many troops will survive there. Tough to say, but there are a couple of miners still alive, so maybe he's proving me wrong. But now even with the Eagle shots, there's not too much left to take out the remainder of the space. And also look at the time, Woody, just 30 seconds for more than 30% of the base. This is definitely going to fall short, but it doesn't matter, because they still got the winning 2-star in this match, and that means that they will get to the final, and also that they will move on to the Open Finals next weekend.
TTP Esports showing that lightning can strike twice, and despite missing with multiple attacks, they will still be able to emerge victorious in this war against a tough opponent in the Momentum Shifters. But with 13 stars, they have the fewest stars of any winning team in this Snapdragon Pro Series, and will have their work cut out for them against whatever team they're going up against next. HTM Esports and Tompinai Empire is the other semifinal team, and both of those squads put up 15-star perfect performances in their quarterfinals match. TTP Esports have really got to focus hard on their offense in this next war if they want a chance at taking it all away with a win in this cup, Maxi.
Yeah, and now it's very interesting. I'm looking at the scoreboard now, doing some calculations. So we got Next Gen with 100 points, we got HST with 60 points, and then we got MMG with 45. But one team at least will get 50 points from today, either HTM or TTP Esports. So yeah, MMG now have to hope for HTM Esports to win. If HTM Esports win, then Tompinai cannot get 50 points from the final. But HTM, they are already ahead of MMG, so it doesn't matter for them. But if Tompinai wins, another team would be ahead of them. So there is still a chance for MMG actually to get to the Open Finals. But let's take a look at where we are today, Woody.
Yeah, a lot of fantastic permutations that could still leave possibilities for Milliceme MG to advance depending upon how these next two matches go. As you mentioned there, Maxi, TTP Esports moving on to the grand finals will secure a minimum of 50 points. But if they win it, then that would leave Next Gen Esports and HST Gaming as the only two teams that are ahead of Milliceme MG on points. And it would just be either HTM scoring more points or Tompinai Empire scoring on top of them. I think you're right, though, that HTM does need to get the victory over Tompinai in order for Milliceme to have a chance at winning.
Oh, there we go. There we go with the leaderboard.
All right.
Yeah, that's nice. Thank you very much to production. So we are got number 7, HTM Esports, still in this tournament. They already have a secure 25 points, meaning they will be ahead of Milliceme on number 3. And same goes for TTP Esports, as they have collected 50 points already, and they are ahead of them. But if one of them gets the direct ticket today, they will not have to be in the leaderboard, or they will not have to go through the leaderboard into the Open Finals, so they are deleted from it, meaning that Milliceme could get to the Open Final. However, if Tompinai Empire win the next match, then we have TTP and HTM Esports ahead of Milliceme MG, and if Tompinai Empire win it all, Milliceme MG will be out. So this is the situation. Basically,
Next Gen and Head Start are guaranteed to go on to the Open Cup. TTP is guaranteed, but we don't know if it's going to be because of their points or because they win it. And then you're right, on the bottom side, HTM Esports need to win this in order for Milliceme MG to have a chance at 45 points being enough to send them on to the Open Cup. But enough of the number crunching. We've got 2 more wars left, y'all. We will find out which teams are going to be advancing soon enough. Stick with us as Bash and Maxi will be casting the next semifinal match in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are with the Snapdragon Pro Series, just 2 matches away from determining all of our participating teams for the Open Finals next weekend. I'm welcoming back Bash. How are you doing, man? How was your break?
That was good. It was great to see that war, a very interesting war, but I was kind of with you guys during the break there, trying to figure out, well, if this team does this and that team does this, and then that team could actually qualify if they did that. If they turn left at the U-turn, they might be able to get... There's a lot of scenarios that are going to play out here over our next couple of wars, and this one is no different. HTM Esports against Tompinai. Really, Tompinai need to win this if they want a chance of moving on to our grand final next weekend. However, HTM Esports can play spoiler and actually keep MMG alive with a victory of their own.
That's right. It's basically between Tompinai and MMG for the 4th spot in our open final, while the other teams here, TTP and HTM Esports, are already qualified. Here we got the lineup for HTM Esports. We got Mohammad Marawi, Schneider, Zahid IK, Paul, and I'm Trotino X. A hammer lineup with very well-known names here for HTM Esports, but their opponents, they're also looking very strong.
Yeah, we just saw Tompinai Empire put up a perfect war. Diego, Rocio, Eltano, Rigo Torres, and Al Mualin. This squad is well-versed, well-vetted, and ready to go to battle. This is a very interesting cup. We talked about it coming into the day, where we had a lot of scenarios to decide who's going to be playing next weekend for our $20,000 first place prize, and nothing is decided yet, except for Trotino is in, and HTM Esports looks to get this one underway with Root Riders.
With Root Riders, indeed, but not with an overgrowth spell, not with the heart attack troop comp, but rather with a little fireball to start things off. Warden Walk with the Angry Jelly, and will the Warden maybe go for the Town Hall? I'm not sure. I think he'll rather go for the Mortar. Oh, he makes it invisible, so the Warden actually targets the Town Hall, so that was the goal all along.
Warden knocks that Town Hall down. The Angry Jelly comes off and gets taken out by a Seeking Airmine, but that's no issues. The Town Hall is down, lots of value from that fireball, and now the Root Riders will be able to surge in. Time has ticked away a little bit as 50 seconds have elapsed, but that's not a big issue. Root Riders are really good at making up time as we go ahead. Ooh, he recall? Did he recall right there? Is that what happened?
Yes.
Wow.
I wasn't expecting that. I didn't really see that. Actually, I didn't see at all that he had brought a recall spell. So there goes the Warden. I think he could have just pulled him, but you know, when you bring a recall spell, why don't just use it? But now he has to somehow get into the core of the base. So far, everything seems to path out of it. So he pops the Queen ability early to kind of push everything back into the core, into that monolith.
Here they go. They're working through the middle. World Champion is now joining the party. She's going to go right up the middle towards those ricochet cannons, which deal so much damage. Go ahead and hit her Seeking Shield ability, take down the Igor Artillery. And this one's kind of fading here, Maxi. Queen already went to ability. The King does have ability on the outside, but this does not have a lot left in it, especially with that Spirit Fox down. The Royal Champion is now exposed, and I don't think he's got enough gas here.
Oh, and he didn't get the Ricochet Cannon. That could have been a difference maker. Because, okay, the King will open now anyway, taking it down. He's got a free spell left, so the Queen could actually finish this on her own if he keeps her alive. Oh, now there are Skellies distracting her, but I think, the two Teslas, they're not reachable for the Queen. And this freeze was so early.
I like that freeze. It keeps the King alive just a little bit longer. King does have Phoenix. 36 seconds. Actually, this might be okay. It's just that one Tesla is unreachable for the Queen, so she's going to have to beat through a wall. There's no exposed wall. If the King can stay up, he can maybe help out with it a little bit. Let's see if he can... Oh, wait. Queen went down. Maxi, this is going to be a fail.
That's why I said the freeze was too early, because there was too much damage for the Queen to survive there. Now, is the wall damaged? Yes, from the fireball! And this is so close! I don't know if he could have gotten it with a later freeze, but now it's definitely going to be a time fail. So heartbreaking for HTM Esports, but then again, it is very good news for Tompinai Empire, as their only chance in getting to the Open Finals is winning this match.
98% 2-star. Sets the tone early. This was a very, very unconventional attack. I didn't mind what I'm Trancino did there. It was just a really, really odd entry into this base. And really the pathing wasn't there for the roots, as they didn't really go up the middle like maybe Trancino hoped for. And the World Champion had to do a lot of heavy lifting, and she just wasn't able to get it done.
Yeah, she didn't. The ability was used a little late when the Fox was already in the core of the base, getting melted by the Ricochet Cannon and some multi-inferno beams. She didn't get the intended value. In the end, it was probably a time fail. Maybe a power fail, we don't know, but definitely too tough and too close. I really liked the strategy, the diversity, you know, the out-of-the-box thinking that went into this attack, but it didn't prove to be the strongest strategy, unfortunately. However, the super witches that Diego is bringing, we know are super strong. However, they can be defended, especially the Warden walks that tend to start those off.
Warden looking to get things going. Pretty conventional approach here as far as all the heroes and all the pets and all of that stuff. Just gonna set this up just a little bit here with the Warden. I do like the unicorn on the Warden here just to provide just a little bit extra healing. We'll have to see how deep he looks to push the fireball. I'm assuming there's a fireball. I missed the equipment if we were showing that at the beginning or not, but I'm assuming it's a fireball here just to set the pathing and set everything up here. Here comes the Invises, and there we go. Boom is the fireball, and also gets that Rage Tower out, which is really nice, not to mention that scatter shot.
Yeah, nice. That was good value there and great execution. Safely using those invisibility spells and also waiting just a little bit with the Warden ability out so the invisibility spell actually takes effect there. Now all the super witches deployed at 6 o'clock with some nice Coco Loons in front, as you want to make sure that no Seeking Air Mines kill off those healers. You want to have this healing power throughout the whole attack. However, talking about the healers, the multi-inferno unfortunately has all of its beams on them, so he might decide to freeze it. There it goes. So it's looking quite good for Diego so far.
Pretty much had to freeze that Inferno as those healers were getting taken out. Inferno locks back onto one healer. It's pretty low health, but it does stay up, so the healing support is in there. Queen's gonna go ahead and take out that Ricochet Cannon, and here's a big portion of this attack. Does the King open up enough of this base to move forward? He does, with the Earthquake Boots and the Spiky Ball moving forward. Witches are in there. They're dealing with that Lava Hound. The Town Hall is dealing tons of damage, and it's going to go to poison right now.
Yeah, nice job there with the rage spell, making sure the healers are raged up so they heal. Their healing power is stronger and can heal up the witches, or the witch and the queen. And with the ability of the queen still intact, which I missed before, this is actually looking good. The Royal Champion also has her ability left, so he should be able to get through what's left of this base. Another rather close one on the timing side, because he only has 30 seconds left, but with the Royal Champion extra damage, Diego should be able to get the job done.
And with the early mistake for HCM, Tompinai can now take their time, and they don't really have to rush their attacks. They can really go with these slower rolling attacks, whether it be super witches or maybe even like the double walks or even that big grand Warden walk that we saw Rigo Torres do in their last war. The main thing is if they can remain perfect yet again, they will move on to our final, and also it will guarantee them a spot next weekend as well to play for that $20,000, which I don't know about you, Maxi, but $20,000, that's a lot of money. I could definitely use that. I don't know about these guys, but that's a huge prize pool.
Absolutely, as you like to say, it's a huge chunk of change. But so is the $2,000 that they already have secured by just making it to next weekend, only if they're able to pull off the perfect war, just as you said. They have it in their own hands. If they get the perfect war, there's no more chance for HTM Esports to turn this around. However, with just one attack from each team in so far, there's a lot that can still happen. You know, they might even be able to win with just 13 stars. You never know. As we saw in our war before, we got a 13v11 while we started things off with 15v14. So that's basically the range in which all of these wars can end.
And even in one of our offline matchups, we had a 13v14. So fails can definitely come. I mean, we even saw it in the World Championships where we had some of the top teams held to 11 stars at times.
Yeah.
So you never know what's going to happen, and all it really takes is one little mistake, and not even an intentional mistake. Maybe you don't see a defense and that Warden's fireball goes off to the side of the base and you're just panicking and scrambling trying to bring it back. So there's definitely still hope here for HCM as they get ready for their next attack, and Schneider is in with a Warden walk into those rocket balloons to looking to set up another Warden fireball here.
Yeah, I was thinking that it was a long time already since the last attack. Unfortunately, we missed the first 20 seconds of this attack, but it seems like everything went well for Schneider. And just as you said, we're expecting a Warden fireball. There it goes nicely, using the earthquake early and then reacting with the fireballs. So the builder huts around the damaged buildings are already busy with healing up themselves. Now nicely using the king and queen on the right side to make sure that the warden is not being pulled over by them. The eagle is activated, but it will be taken out shortly, and now all of the heroes except for the warden can nicely go into the town hall.
A very great setup, and you explained it all right there, Maxi. I don't need to reiterate it. Let's just see it happen as the P.E.K.K.A.s are coming out of the barracks on the right. A couple balloons there onto the scatter shot. Nice, well done there. But the king does bounce out here. He does have a wall breaker, so you can try to send that in. It does land. Queen's going to go ahead and take down that town hall, but keep an eye on where this king goes. With those earthquake boots, it's going to be really important what he opens up as he's getting lower and lower on health.
Yeah, and he needed to invest a bit into the queen there, as she was standing in the fire, in the poison, and was fired at by the monolith. But look at this. The space is almost gone. He's got a rage and 7 rocket balloons still in the bag. Schneider showing us how the one walk fireball rocket balloon attack is done. This is such a convincing 3-star. Look at how much look at the swag. He earned that, definitely.
Yeah, and that's when you do this attack right. You can definitely do those types of things. We talked about some swag earlier that maybe wasn't necessary. That one was well earned and well deserved from Schneider. Look at this, just every piece of the puzzle falling in line and doing a great job managing the heroes and managing all aspects of this attack. Look at all these troops up at the end, Maxi. Wow, I've never had that many troops up at the end of my attacks. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was like 75, 80 troop space or so, which is like a quarter of what you have. That is incredible there. What's interesting though, I just realized most of these attackers actually start their attacks from the bottom of the base or like the bottom right side, which is something that we see in Legend League. Like when the entries are baited, even in symmetric bases, it's always there at the bottom or on the right side, because most people are right-handed and they tend to attack from the right side and from the bottom of the base, as it's better visible. You got better visibility than the top side of the base. But all of these teams, they just don't care about it. They just do it, even though it might be trapped. So I guess that their gut feeling is just, even if it's trapped, I can easily turn it around. And you know, I use coconut balloons and whatnot, all of these tricks that the pro players have developed throughout the years. They just do it, and so it doesn't even matter if it's trapped. You know, if there's a Tesla farm, that's just extra value for the warden, I guess.
Or maybe they're just big braining him, like, well, there's no way they would actually bait that, because they're going to bait the opposite side. Yeah, you know, just big. That's all the things that can go into an attack, like base building and plant. There's just so many different factors. And you're right, though. When I think about all my attacks, it's usually like the bottom side or the right side of the base is where I'm looking, because, like you said, it's visible, but it's also the most comfortable. So it's something we could look forward to maybe in our next war if we see that pattern continue. But Almalin's going to come in next with a Lalo attack. We saw Tompinai Empire be very, very effective with the Lalo in their first war, help leading them to that perfect war. But this queen is under a lot of fire, but she's charging right into this base.
Yeah, also Leo from Momentum Shifters brought the Queen Charge Lalo in his last attack in the last war, and that was a very convincing 3-star. Now Almuali nicely using the wall breakers there to make sure he could get into the base early, and the Queen would not pass on along the outside. Yeah, that would mess up everything, because he wants his Queen to go into the core of this base, and that's why the King needs to funnel the left side. But the timing is actually turning out perfectly. I guess he will wall break in just a second to get into this little alley behind the town hall.
Yeah, it's looking just like this. He's gonna have to deal with all of these archers, archer after archer after archer after archer. There might be 40 archers, 50 archers in that clan. It's like, excuse me, my spacing is all off. Tons of archers, but the poison spell helps deal with those effectively. That opening is there, and now the Lalo is starting from that left-hand side. He will be able to support the Lalo with the Warden ability. Great freeze there on the multi-target Inferno. Keep an eye on this queen. She goes to ability. He's gonna have to keep her alive because she has to get this town hall down, Maxi. Things are getting a little dire. She's in the wrong compartment right now.
And she's under heavy fire. He's trying to freeze and rage and everything, but the sweepers are sweeping away the healers. And there is too much damage on the queen, unfortunately. And that's bad news for Tom. He's got nothing to turn this around. He's got nothing he can send to the town hall, and he's got no spells left. I don't think he can get the town hall down at all.
Oh man, he's got a pack of balloons there. He's got the Warden very healthy. Balloons are going to get shredded. It's really going to be the Warden. If the Warden can withstand this air defense, he does. If the Warden can maybe get in there with the owl, I don't think there's any damage on the town hall. I don't remember if anything really hit it, but the Warden's going to be pretty safe here. Phoenix is up as well, Maxi, so he's got a little bit. There's a little bit of a chance. Town hall's full. Oh no, this is going to be bad.
Yeah, the Warden, I think he cannot do enough damage. Even with the help of the Phoenix, they will get burned. Oh, this is so heartbreaking. We talked about it. Tompinai Empire need this victory if they want to stay alive in the competition. And of course, with a 1 star, they get as far away as they ever were from getting into this final match and getting those 50 points to get into the open finals.
Man, devastation for Tompinai Empire, and Al Mualin falls victim to the 1 star. If you look right here, it looks like a pretty safe entry, but that queen ended up getting under way too much pressure, and she could not handle it and withstand to get to the town hall. It is so unfortunate. Yeah, what do you do, man? Like, it felt like a pretty safe plan, but if you recall from the World Championships, it was a queen charge Lalo attack that ultimately took out, or allowed Tribe, to get into the grand finals, taking out MTFY. I'm a little bit speechless. I'm just rambling. I don't even know anymore.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would hate to see the Queen Charge Lalo attacks being the ones that we get hard attacks from, as they tend to turn out to be 1 stars more often than the Overgrowth Root Rider attacks. But I think we're a little bit away from that yet. Yeah, however, now the situation has entirely changed, or like reversed between both of these teams. Now Tompinai is 1 star behind, and HTM Esports are in the driver's seat, but that actually should give Tompinai Empire some hope. Their opponents have shown that they can fail, and they, meaning Tompinai, are just 1 star behind, so they still have the chance to get this. With just 4 attacks done so far and 6 still to be done, they definitely have a chance to see a fail, especially when their opponents pop out the Inferno Baby Dragon Smash. Wow.
This is something we don't see a lot. We saw it a lot in previous seasons, in previous Town Hall levels, where the Inferno Baby Dragons were very, very meta, but you just don't see them used that much these days. Warden's going to protect the Battle Blimp as it's going to sail in and take down the Town Hall. And if you can protect these Inferno Baby Dragons, they can shred a base. He does have them kind of splitting in 2 different directions here. I don't know if that was intended. We'll have to keep an eye on it as the heat is in for HCM.
Yeah, you're right about that. The enemy queen was still alive for the longest time, but now the queen and the royal champion were taken down, and there's no damage on the Inferno Baby Dragons so far. So let's take a look at what they are facing in the back end. We got a poison spell tower and a scatter shot still alive. Oh, now this scatter shot does damage on 3 Inferno Baby Dragons at the same time. This is not great, but I mean, there's not much left standing of the base, right? He's got the Royal Champion firing the rocket spears away. He's got the King and Queen still nice and healthy on the right side. I think this base is crushed, Bash. Wow.
Yeah, they got enough through the middle there to go ahead and withstand and get the... Look at the time also, 90 seconds on this one as it's almost done. it was the right call on this base, and that's what I've talked about in the past, is sending the right attack at the right base is sometimes more important than using whatever the meta strategy may be or what you feel the meta strategy is, because if you can get the base down in a minute 30, I don't think that's a bad play, Maxi. That's just me personally.
No, absolutely not. It was the perfectly fitting attack strategy, perfectly fitting troops for this base. Apparently, I was just speechless, as I have not seen Infernal Baby Dragons being used a lot. I mean,
no.
If at all, I've seen 2 attacks with those this year, I think. But, you know, the Tompinai still have to 3-star themselves to keep their chances alive, and Rigo Torres is the man that they're sending into battle for this next 3-star. If they can keep it, there's still this 1-star we talked about behind, so anything is still possible. But of course, now they always have to catch up after their opponents get their attack in, and this is a very tough position to be in.
Yeah, Rigo came in with that beautiful Warden walk into the rocket balloon attack, well versed in multiple attacks. He is known for his crazy Queen Charge Lalo, so we'll have to see if he kind of sticks to that Warden walk, which is really, really meta. Maybe goes back to that comfort zone with the Queen Charge Lalo. But the one thing with Rigo is he's well versed and a really, really experienced player. So whatever he's going to bring to the table, you have to feel confident that he's going to get the 3-star, because he feels that's the best attack for that particular base. And when you've been around for as long as Rigo's been, you kind of command that respect and deserve that respect. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's been around forever. Yeah. In the first World Championship ever in Clash of Clans in 2019, I faced him with my team in the match for 3rd place when he was still playing as Team Queso, actually with Al Mualin as well, who is playing with him in Tompinai Empire today. So really, 2 players that have been around forever, ever since Clash of Clans esports was invented or like, you know, started. So really a lot of experience there. We already have the Warden Walk going on, already 15 seconds into the attack. Interesting, but we've not seen the Fireball yet, so I guess he'll aim for this multi-archer tower in the center of the base to take out the clan castle as well.
Yeah, and he should have no problem landing this, as we see the setup is looking really, really nice here for Rigo. It's just all about patience and just making sure this Warden stays up throughout the middle. There it is. Fireball lands. There goes a couple of earthquakes. And now it's all set. The stage is set for the Warden to go in, take out the Eagle Artillery. He's going to bring in the rest of the heroes very, very soon. Remember, the main thing here is keep the King and Queen away from the Warden so the Warden can go ahead and just do his thing. But the one thing here is that Town Hall is centralized. The Warden's going to keep going to the right side. He may have to send the Royal Champion to the center to finish off that Town Hall.
Yeah, that's a good shout. He's definitely going to have to do something about it, or he can maybe direct the Warden in to the center of the base by sending in rocket balloons from the outside. So far he's not doing that, but oh, just as you said, he's sending the Royal Champion, and why is he raging her? That is not necessary, because the tunnel is so low. Look at this. 2 rocket spear shots without the rage would have been enough. Maybe he wanted to make sure the monolith goes down quickly. However, now the Royal Champion will not have any more value, as she's running into the tunnel poison and the tornado trap. But Bash, I think this has been enough value already. Look at the Warden, still nice and healthy, going strong at the top side of the base. He's got 15 rocket balloons, a Queen ability, 2 rage spells, a blimp still in the mix, and the base is basically gone. That's an insane attack here.
Super swag for Rigo Torres. Just well done. This just shows you what you can do with this attack strategy. If you just manage it properly like this, it is it's satisfying, man. It is one of the most fun attacks to see in the game right now. Is he gonna try to swag all the balloons in the? Oh, here they come. I thought he was gonna try to swag them. Yeah. All right. Well, a nice commanding 3-star for Rigo, keeping Tompinai alive, but they still do need that defense.
Yeah, interesting invisibility spells there towards the end, but yeah, really great showing this attack. So strong, so well executed, and especially so well thought out on this base. The perfectly fitting attack once more. It wasn't the fastest as we saw with this Inferno Baby Dragon attack, but it was a very overwhelming attack. So much troop space still left, so much power still left. So definitely a nice fit for getting a safe 3-star.
Also, don't mind me scrambling around here. I may have spilled my drink mid-broadcast here, so I'm dealing with a little bit of a mess, but we're all good here, Maxi. As we got things under control, my wife came over and helped me out, so I seem a little distracted, that's why. But yeah, that was a beautiful attack by Rigo. But that's the nice thing is that happened, and Rigo was just absolutely dominating the base, so it didn't even matter. No one even noticed, because Rigo's just so stellar at his attack. But now, if you're HTM, you just got to keep going. You just got to keep getting those 3-stars. There's not many chances for a mistake in this war. I know that Rigo and the guys are over there with their fingers crossed, hoping they can get one more defense. But man, those chances are really starting to run out.
Yeah, at the same time, we got the MMG guys sitting at home and rooting for HTM Esports, of course, because they still have their chance to make it with just, I need to say, 45 points into the open finals. But here we go. Paul is live for HTM Esports with the next attack, and he's bringing the same attack strategy that Rigo just brought, just he's bringing the Flame Flinger instead of the Battle Blimp. And once again, it's probably going to be the multi-archer tower where he will target the Warden Fireball after a little bit of a Warden walk early on, but the Warden is under heavy firepower already, and he had to invest an Invis, and maybe he needed that invisibility spell to target the Fireball. We have to wait and see.
Yeah, but more importantly is keeping that Warden alive. We talked about this time and time again, where if you can keep that Warden up throughout the attack, you're going to have a lot better chance at success. Now, you're right, it may mess with his pathing a little bit, and we'll have to see that, but he still does have 2 invises, so maybe he just has to be a little bit more patient here instead of sending that Fireball as soon as he wants it. But the nice thing with these attacks is oftentimes we see them using a lot of the clock to make sure the pathing is right. But I think you might be right, Maxi. I think the pathing is a little bit messed up and not desired here, as he's going to have to just set this up a little bit longer than anticipated.
Yeah, I wonder what he's waiting for now, but because there was a nice possibility to send the Fireball. Oh, now he's sending loons. Do they get in the direction?
He was worried about that multi up top taking the target.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, nice. Okay,
nice. Warden did not lure any of the CC. Doch, they get it. He did lure 2 headhunters, and that's a big problem. And
they shred him. The Warden is down. You're right, Maxi. 2 headhunters were able to sneak out of there, and using that invis early may have messed up this whole plan, and HTM Esports are on the verge of a fail. He does still have plenty of support, however. He has 9 rocket loons. He still has the Royal Champion. The Queen has to get to the Town Hall here. That's the main thing. And if he can get this Town Hall down and push through, the Royal Champion can deal out so much damage, along with that Queen who's back up to full health. I don't think things are too bad for Paul. I think he's recovered this pretty nicely, actually.
Yeah, I agree, especially with the rocket loons he also still has in the back. He can support the Royal Champion. However, now the Royal Champion found the Skelly trap as well, but now look at this. He's already sending in the balloons from all the sides of the base. Okay, freezing, and yeah, he should be good.
Wow, great recovery there. That one definitely seemed like he was a little bit panicked throughout the whole attack, but it's ultimately going to come back and be up 3 stars. The Queen goes ahead and finishes off that multi-arch tower, and HTM Esports will get another 3-star on the board. They are going to be 1 3-star away from moving on to our Cup number 4 finals. Tompinai Empire still need that defense, however.
Yeah, the thing... okay, we didn't see it in the replay, but when the Warden was shooting at the Elixir storage next to the Eagle, that was the perfect time to use 2 Invis and use the Fireball. The reason is the King, you don't have to make the Elixir storage invisible, so you make sure the Warden stays on the high hit point building while using the Fireball, so he does not move into the direction of the CC once you make the buildings around him that he cannot target then invisible. So that is the main reason why you want the Warden stuck on a building that he can stay shooting at while you drop the Invises, the Warden Fireball and the Earthquake. And that was a missed opportunity in my opinion, and because of that, because he did the Warden the Invis and the Fireball a little bit later, the Warden actually made this little step into the range of the CC and had the 2 headhunters come out that then finished him off. Very unfortunate there, but I mean, he got the job done in the end. point, and that's what matters, because I just took a look at the percentage. Even if HTM Esports gets a 99% 2-star, Tompinai Empire have a chance, because then it will be all tied up. Even percentage.
So any fail gives Tompinai a chance. So man, that's tough. So HCM just need to 3-star. That's the main thing here. But first off, I mean, Tompinai, they still have a couple of attacks of their own they have to 3-star. We've seen them struggling a little bit here. Rokio is going to come in with that Electro Titan Super Witch kind of hybrid smash. I love this combination. It's been very effective thus far. Let's see if Rokio can get it done with another 3-star for Tompinai Empire.
Yes, and she's not brought the Angry Jelly this time, but rather the Unicorn on the Warden, meaning that she's confident enough to be able to control the Warden, so he goes to the right, in the right direction, to the right buildings. The Earthquake spell a little late, but no problem, as there were no builder huts right in the vicinity of the buildings she targeted. There we go. Super Witches are in, Queen is in, Warden got pulled. She's got the Rocket Loon in, the Loon in there, Coco Loon, nicely finding a Seeking Air Mine. So Bash, I think so far the setup looks really, really nice.
Yeah, I like what she did there. Just it wasn't like crazy value where we've seen trying to go for like the CC and all that stuff in the middle, but just setting up the pathing so the troops are going to go the right direction. And I kind of like that setup a lot. Also, look at the pathing on the right side where the King's going to come in, and now the King's going to be able to join the party and use those Earthquake boots. So everything's going to circle around, and they're all going to join forces, and this is going to be a big force moving towards that town hall.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well spotted there. At the same time, she sent in the siege barracks at the right side, creating an even better funnel to make sure everything can get into the core together. Now, I think now would be a nice opportunity to use the Earthquake boots. There we go, because it can damage all of the skellies, all of the headhunters, archers from out of the CC and so on, and open the wall into the Monolith Town Hall compartment. The pathing is looking a little bit awkward here, unfortunately. Yeah, the Queen ability just popped. She will also step into the Poison Spell Tower, but the most important thing now is the Town Hall takeout.
Valkyries did come out of the barracks over there on the right side. Queen is under a lot of fire as the healers went over to the witches. I don't think this is going to have enough gas in the tank. Yeah, it's looking really, really tough. There's just a couple of witches. I guess Royal Champion does have ability left here, and if that skeleton spell can distract, it could be good. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough finish with 40 seconds remaining.
But the Rocket Spear Seeking Shield combination is so strong, and now the Royal Champion even got the healing power, but the time is a huge factor, actually. A huge factor. She has to send in the goblins immediately. There they go on the top collectors. A very good decision to send them there, I think, because the Royal Champion will start cleaning up from the left side, but the Skelly Traps is not great news.
Oh, skeletons, but they go away. They could, okay, they dodge the Royal Champion. 7 seconds,
so close.
5 seconds, and this should be fine. This should be fine, Max. Oh my goodness. I thought it was gonna fail. I thought the Royal Champion wasn't gonna have enough, but the healers swapping over ultimately allows that Royal Champion to finish off the last few buildings in the middle of this base, and Tompinai Empire are still alive in this war.
Wow, such a nail biter there, this attack. Really coming down to the wire, but their chance is still alive. Just one fail from HTM Esports and they could still make it. Getting to the final of this Open Cup, but also getting to the Open Finals and securing those at least $2,000 and the chance of the $20,000 main prize. I really love that this is going down to the last attacks of both teams.
Yeah, this is intense, and it's really going to be on this next attack. If HCM can triple, they will get the victory. However, any fail leaves the door open for Tompinai Empire, so it's really all on this attack for Mohamed Murari. What the heck? No way. 60 minions with a charge? Maxi, what the heck is going on right now?
I have no idea. Either this is an incredibly strong attack strategy that Mohamed Morawi has practiced, or this is some kind of prank. I'm not entirely sure. He needs to freeze now. Maybe?
No, Queen's fine.
Okay,
Queen's
Frozen
fine.
Arrow doing the job for him. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this could work. This could be for the ages.
Yeah, this could, with so much on the line here, why risk? I'm so confused.
I mean, technically, there's not much on the line for HTM Esports as they're already qualified. But for other teams, there's still a lot on the line.
Yeah. Maybe they would rather see Tompinai next week than a team like Milliceme MG. That could be the case. I don't think this is a blatant throw. I think Mohamed definitely sees something in this attack versus this base that he likes. King's working there on the top side. World Champion's now joining the party. It's going to be a tough sled into the middle of this base. Does have a couple wall breakers. The main thing, it's going to be very similar to these Warden walks. We're going to have to keep the Queen alive and working. Yeah, she's getting on the, she's beating on the wall there. Does have, maybe just not confident that the wall break would go to the right compartment. Maybe it would go over to that ricochet cannon. Just allowing the Queen to do her thing. Still has the Warden to be deployed. Here comes a minion swarm. Look at this, Maxi. Minion swarm from the top. They're raged up and protected by the Warden's Eternal Tome.
I mean, there's also a poison spell tower and he's sending the minions right into it.
I'm confused. I'm so confused. There's no way this triples, right?
I'm not sure yet, but the Royal Champion is dead. Queen has used the ability, he only has a free spell left. No, this can't triple. This is a fail. And this leaves the door open for Tompinai now to get the 3-star and get to the final and actually qualify. Incredible.
I'm very stunned here. Maybe HCM knowing that they get advanced, and this wasn't a blatant throw. I think Mohamed thought maybe there was a chance, but also remember that Rigo Torres has played with this HCM squad in the past. It is different roster now, different lineups, but it is pretty much the same kind of team when it was more of the Snapdragon Pro Series NA. So maybe kind of helping out a friend here, Mohamed electing to give Rigo Torres a chance to move on to next weekend. Or maybe what I said where they would rather face Tompinai Empire in our double elimination than risk a team like Milliceme MG getting in.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very tough to say, but it's definitely going to be a chance for Tompinai Empire now if they get the 3-star to make it to the final. What we can say objectively is that this is not the type of attack strategy we usually see in these pro matches, and it's not a meta attack strategy. So the rest is speculation, but anyways, what is not speculation is the next attack from Eltano. This is going to be something that we will have a clear result for. We will know after his attack if Tompinai Empire make it to the final and qualify for the open finals as well.
The door is open for Tompinai Empire. All they have to do is walk through. We don't know what happened there. We don't know if it was a favor or if it was maybe a preferential opponent next week. It's hard to say, but Tompinai Empire needs to take advantage. They can't let this slip through their fingers. Any 3-star here, well, I guess any 3-star. They have to 3-star here, I should say, and they will win this war. Eltano is in, and it's Root Riders.
Oh, well, the hard attack strategy is back. Root Rider sent through the core. The funnel created at least is looking strong. He's got the Royal Champion and the Siege Barrack working together on the right hand side, King and Queen on the left hand side, and nicely sending in the Druids, Root Riders and the Valkyries through the center. The Warden ability getting all of the troops in there. They're piercing through the monolith, but now they have to take out ice golems from the clan castle. They get frozen in the core of the base, but Bash is looking awfully strong with almost all of the Root Riders and Valkyries still alive.
Eltano looking to destroy this base of Schneider, and it's looking really good. Free spell comes down on the ricochet cannon. The main thing here is when that Town Hall awakens, saving up that rage spell, saving up that free spell, so there's enough firepower to power right on through there. Queen goes to ability. Now there's 3 queens on the board with the clone from the Magic Mirror. The rage goes down, and the Root Riders and the Royal Champion will take down the Town Hall, and Tompinai Empire will get the victory and move on to our finals here today.
Altano is so strong. It was the second time in a row that he tripled in like 80 seconds there with this attack strategy. He really got it all figured out. Nice job. He faced me twice in Legend League in the last couple of weeks as well. And those attacks unfortunately were overkills as well. So I really have no idea
Rip
how to
Maxi.
stop this guy. He's bringing it home for Tompinai Empire. What a finishing blow there. Great job, and all respect, nothing but respect to Tompinai Empire and to Altano for this performance.
Yeah, they do get the victory, maybe with some help from their friends over at HCM Esports, but nonetheless, it looks like HCM Esports will move on because they will have 50 points, and then we will have 2 more decided. I guess we'll have to take a look at our leaderboard at the end and see how everything played out, but I'm pretty sure HCM will get in, whoever wins, and then the 50 points will get in. Yeah, I guess our grand final, our last 2 teams should, whoever, I guess more prize pool for the winner, but whoever is in that matchup will get into our grand final next weekend.
Exactly. I actually think that the prize pool only starts next weekend, so it doesn't really matter how you get there. But it might have an influence on your seeding. So we know that Navi and HDM Brazil, so very strong teams, especially Navi having been in the scene for a long time, and they're a very feared opponent. Same for HDM Brazil. They're the world champions from last year when they were called Flash Champs. So a lot of good teams there that you might want to avoid. So we would maybe need to use the break to take a look at the rule book and make sure that the outcome of these wars does not have or does have an influence on the seeding. But here we have it once more, white on blue, the bracket from today, and the 2 teams that made it to the grand final, TTP Esports and Tompinai Empire.
And that's sure to shape up to be a great battle there in our grand finals. And I'm sure we will, as that's kind of playing out and factoring in at the end of the show, we will figure out which 8 teams will be qualified. I guess I should say our last 5 teams, because we definitely know our first 3 winners. Those are already secured, but the winner of cup number 4 here today, and then our 4 leaderboard spots from the points, will be our final 5 spots into our grand final next weekend, where we have those huge prizes on the line. Still a lot to be determined here, Maxi.
Oh yes, a lot to be determined indeed. Next week we will have a double elimination bracket. We will have 2 days of action, next Saturday and next Sunday. I don't know the exact time in UTC. I know that is 4 p.m. CET. But it should be 3 p.m. probably UTC, something like that. So the afternoon in Central Europe at least. So definitely make sure to tune in then when we will crown the champions of Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 and when we will distribute the $50,000 prize pool.
Now remember, all the teams that get in get a minimum of $2,000. Our winner will get $20,000. So a pretty big difference from 7th and 8th place to 1st place. So you definitely want to bring your best bases. You definitely want to bring your best strategies. No playing around with 60 minions next week. But we're going to determine who wins cup number 4 and kind of figure out our seeding along with our final 4 spots after a short break. You guys are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Sunshine dripping off your skin. I just wanna take it in. Magic shimmers in your eyes. Can't look away, 'cause it's so nice. Give me all that sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all that sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you. It's better. It's better. It's better. It's better. It's better with you. It's better with you. It's better with you. Better with together. You and me, everything is better. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. It's better with you. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you.
Me and my crew, yeah, we're lawless. Got the man them thinking that we're flawless. Yeah, mama told you that I'm gorgeous. Got a million tricks, can't deport us. I'm a flame in the star, call me gassed. Back foot sliding, I'm slick to the mass. Calling to the tribe, it's a revolution past. Present in time, no, we can't be masked. So you better rise up, cool up, size up, shout out loud. Down before the time's up. So we better rise up, cool up, size up, shout out loud. Down before the time's up. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a eeler. If you want beef, then I tomp beater. If you want beef, then I tomp. 789, that's procedure. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a eeler. If you want beef, then I tomp beater. If you want beef, then I tomp.
Sensational, could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Everyone wants to follow me, follow, but they can't beat me. The original, sensational, could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Wanna move like I move. Wanna step in my shoes. Gonna need to bring your A game if you step in my lane. 'Cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. The original, sensational. Everyone wants a piece of this. So beautiful, incredible. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. This is my life. Yeah, this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. This is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. My life. Yeah, this is my life.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning 'cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We have arrived at our grand final. Tompinai Empire versus TTP Esports will decide. Well, actually, it won't decide anything. Both of these teams will move on to our grand final next weekend. Woody, welcome back to the show, and welcome back for the grand final, buddy. Great to have you.
Yes, well, we have an opportunity for one of these teams to decide which is gonna make it on top. This is a fight for pride. This is a fight for a moral victory. This is a fight for taking the high ground. This is a fight that will decide whether the old guard, Tompinai Empire, can make their way back to the top and stand ahead of this bracket, or if TTP Esports, with their superb base design and excellent defenses, can hold up against the Cobra. Both of these teams will qualify for the Open Cup, and so already should have $2,000 to their name, but the grand final of the 4th Open Cup now will rest in these teams' hands.
TTP Esports did a great job to get to this point. Tompinai Empire skating by the edge of their seats. But let's take a look at these teams here. TTP Esports, Skyers, Warman, Javi, Doyer, Bunch. We've seen them in action, and we've seen their defenses really kind of carrying them to this spot so far.
Indeed, we have a little bit behind on the offense, but holding off opponents to way unexpected 1-star defenses and really showing up with some superb counterplay. TTP is certainly a wild card and a big question mark in our minds. We're going to see them again next week, but let's get another taste of the action this time around with them facing off against this superstar lineup you see here now. Diego, Rocio, Eltano, Rigo, Torres, and Almoalin defending their honor atop this grand finals position, having bested some of the other extraordinary teams, including HTM Esports, in a very surprising finish there. But with the grand finals now ahead of us, it's all about this next war and determining ultimately which one will be coming out on top. It's going to be fun. I mean, we've got Navi, HTM Brazil, and TGG Ascend as the Open Cup winners, and only one more can join that storied lineup. Teams that have emerged victorious in the Open Cup have done very, very well in past Snapdragon Pro Series, and I don't think that it's going to have a bearing on the seeding of the next tournament, but it's a fun show match anyways, right, Bash?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what these teams bring out. Maybe we see some new tricks being played, or maybe we just see a lot of what we've seen already. The main thing here will be seeing who gets that crown of Cup number 4 winner, because let's be honest, there is a little bit of pride that goes along with that. I know I would personally want to win the tournament. You kind of just feel a little bit better about yourself, but ultimately they will both be able to go on next weekend and play for that $20,000 top prize for the winner of the Snapdragon Pro Series season number 6. Again, that will be determined next weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Make sure you guys follow, subscribe, have all the notifications on. That way you don't miss any of the action. I believe it's going to be 10 a.m. Eastern time. I know Maxi did, CEST and all that kind of stuff, but I'm pretty sure it's 10 a.m. Eastern time next weekend, both days.
Is that European Eastern time? Or you're talking
Eastern, just Eastern, U.S. Eastern? I don't know.
US time.
I don't know. I'm U.S. I don't.
9 a.m.
Oh, wait, there was a time change. Wait, aren't you Central? I don't know. We'll figure.
Well, I sure am. Oh, yeah.
I think it's 9 a.m. for you, 10 a.m. for me.
You're right. I take it back.
We don't even know our own time zones, guys. This is a hot mess, but we're prepared for this final matchup. Just make sure you have the notifications on, and then you won't miss it. Either way, it's not going to be too early. It's not going to be too late, depending on where you're at in the world. Just make sure you tune in and see some of the best teams in the world play out what might be the final Town Hall 16 tournament, and before we get Town Hall 17, which has been confirmed for November, essentially.
So while I'm just working on my Hammer Jam, building up my walls as best I can enjoy the best high quality esports action that Clash of Clans has to offer in the last opportunity for his Town Hall 16 competition. Sounds like a win-win to me, Bash.
Yeah, I agree. I've been hammering, I've been jamming, I don't know about you, but I've been using a bunch of builder potions to speed those builders up even more. It's already 50% reduction and 50% faster upgrades, but you throw a builder potion on there and those builders are flying, just going crazy. I don't even want to tempt you to grab your hammer because I know you broke it already once.
It's cracked, but it's not broken. My hammer.
Okay, correct. I have a little hammer. Yeah, well,
you have a little hammer. You want to show me your little hammer?
I guess it's a decent size.
It's a hog hammer. I've got one of those too.
Oh, well,
yeah.
Hammer jam.
It wouldn't be a hammer jam if I didn't have all 3 hammers. Does it show on the here? No.
Wow, Woody. All right, Woody, we're into the war. Bunches here. I think production got sick of us talking about our hammers and showing them off. Here we go with an Electro Titan Smash. Only 2 Electro Titans on this one. Does have the Flame Flinger down there at the bottom. Like looking to set this one up as we take a look at the hero equipments and everything. I'm sure we'll see a Fireball from the Warden, but the Warden's yet to even be played. There he is. Warden there on the top right side of the base. And there it is. Yeah, the Fireball with that Rage Gem.
Massive hero equipment to absolutely destroy the interior of the space, but you gotta finish off some exterior structures first. He's brought only 2 invisibility spells, so he must feel like he's gonna get a really good aim here just on the outer edge, taking out that air defense compartment with a multi-archer tower and a mortar on the bottom side there. I think an X-bow and a wizard tower are also destroyed in that giant fireball. Not really crucial targets, but if he's done a good enough job with the funneling on the bottom side, including that flame flinger as well, he'll still have a very solid entry point here and can rage and freeze to his heart's content.
But remember, those Electro Titans do have that lightning aura, so they'll be able to deal with these archers with no issue. The Ice Golems, however, will still freeze up all of the troops there in the middle. Great freeze onto the Monolith, making sure that it's not going to deal out all that extra damage to the King and the Electro Titans in there. But the main thing is, how are we dealing with this Town Hall? King does have the Earthquake Boots. There we go, opening it up. Spiky Ball going to bounce right around, but something needs to go right to the right side of the base, that is, to get this Town Hall. Queen is in there, but she's got to step up.
Seeing all the damage from that earthquake, I wonder why we even upgrade our walls to begin with, Bash. They just go rumbling down in a mighty short amount of time for a player like Bash. Crashing through into the core here, still trying to keep these heroes happy, healthy, and alive. The King is getting awfully low, but noticing that there is a Phoenix on there, I think we are going to see quite a bit more of action left as the Queen makes her way over toward the Town Hall, pops the ability, and that's going to be a 1- and 2-star follow-up. The third should be able to come in right after, as that Royal Champion's ability is still yet to be used. And with an invisibility spell to add on top of her, I'm sure those remaining defenses are going to be no problem at all.
A unique little super minor out of the clan castle. You don't see that very often, but I kind of like that play a lot. Royal Champion's going to throw those rocket spears, and it's going to be a 3-star for TTP Esports, and they are on the board first. A very convincing victory as you see those Electro Titans still remaining. This one did have a little bit of questions as who was getting the Town Hall, but ultimately the Queen circles back, finishes it off, and it is the first 3-star of the match.
Beautiful. No notes. Absolute perfection. Bunch knocks it down with an exterior giant fireball. Often see those try to go deep on the inside, but hey, it gets just as much damage done, especially against bases that kind of have a lot of important structures clustered around the edges. This is one of those bases that just like has a lot of exterior defenses and big wide compartments that make it ripe for the pickings with this sort of attack, Bash.
Yeah, I agree with all of that, Woody, but I do want to say I instantly regretted taking my hammer down, as now I have stuff all over my floor and stuff was falling on me.
Oh, no.
Well, you're a bad influence, Woody. I'm blaming you. But Tompinai Empire.
I tossed an earthquake spell right into your broadcasting room.
That's what it feels like. There's stuff everywhere. Not to mention, I'm just a hot mess here, Woody.
Is that a magic cart back there?
Yeah.
I think I see a Pokemon behind you.
Yeah.
That's a Dratini, too.
I like my Pokemons.
Yeah, Mewtwo.
I like my Pokemons, along with my Clash Clans plushies. They're lined all through there. But we got a war here, Woody. We got Tompinai Empire. They got to kind of keep pace here. We have seen TTP be a little susceptible to defenses, but they also bring good defenses of their own. Diego will be our next attacker. Super Witch Smash here with the Grand Warden looking to set this one up. The stage is all set for him. All he's got to do is create the pathing and send that fireball in.
Well, yeehaw then. Let's see it happen. Diego, your marching orders have been issued. Let's get that Grand Warden going. Triple Super Witch is going to be getting lots of value, I think, with a base like this that shows a lot of heavy interior structures that are relatively spread out. The splash damage shouldn't be too much of a problem for them to
Here it
work
comes.
out. Boom. Big old fireball lands with maximum efficacy. Bash, take it away.
Nice job bringing the Super Witches to bring all those troops down to the bottom of the base. He's going to circle in and go the long way here. He should be able to cut off the pathing here with the heroes to push everything into that Eagle compartment. Does have one jump spell. And remember those Earthquake Boots. We've seen it all day. I'm pretty sure every single attacker has used Earthquake Boots, as it weakens up those defenses by so much, but also is able to open up the base and allow these smash attacks so much access, which that's always been like one of the things. The Super Witches have always been a little bit slow, but between the Fireball and the Earthquake Boots, it really speeds these attacks up. Keep an eye on that Monolith, dealing out some nice damage to the King, but it finally does fall.
That's it, man. Once you get past the multi-target Infernos and the scatter shots, really these Super Witches don't have a whole lot to worry about except time. And with a minute and 36 seconds left, they're still going to be making it to the outer edge. Still looking quite healthy. I think the big boys and the heroes have done a fantastic job blocking out in front for them, and there's still plenty of troops remaining over on the right side. Siege Barracks making a fantastic deploy and keeping the rest of these troops very safe. Going to make our way in toward the town hall shortly, and I think that that's just about going to be it.
I think I saw a super minor on defense in the Clan Castle here, which can be actually pretty effective to slow down a Queen charge, but that's pretty unconventional in itself. If that was the case, it did deal out some nice bomb damage there when it got destroyed, but not really the most effective CC there. But if you are doing a Queen charge, it can slow that Queen down. But ultimately, Diego is going to get through here for the 3-star. We have seen Tompinai using a lot of Queen charges, so maybe TTP Esports hoping for one of those on this base, but ultimately it's not going to matter. It's going to be a 3-star for Diego, and Tompinai Empire get the response in a similar amount of time, just a little bit faster for them. But this one's actually a pretty close match thus far.
Very impressive 3-star follow-up, and we now see that even if the best bases have been built by TPP, it is not going to be enough to deny Diego in the first round of offense. A 3-3-star tie so far for these two teams, in a match that doesn't have much in terms of stakes, but all in terms of pride and excitement to show off the best skills that have brought them this far, at least. Diego with Super Witches revealing that the squad has got lots of different attack compositions in their arsenal to bring into the Open Cup. Next week, we will have $50,000 on the line. Skyrez, the next attacking player, Bash. Can I check back maybe and see, was he one of the players who has been able to solidly, reliably put up these 3 stars? I want to know who on this roster has missed. Skyrez was the one who missed last time, got a 2-star, 69%. So I want to see an improvement on that. I want to see the ability to pull off the 3 stars even when the going gets rough. Skyrez, it's up to you now.
You know what I like that you did there, Woody? You asked me a question and then you answered it so I didn't have to go scramble like a madman looking through the stats. My man! I appreciate that. But yeah, you're right. 69% 2-star. You definitely want to improve that. You want to bring that up to the 3-star, obviously. I mean, we've had 3 stars so far. Let's see what Skyrez is bringing. We got 1 E-Dragon there, Electro Titans as well. Look at this flinger up on the top side of the base. Should be able to get some really, really nice value, along with the Warden Walk on the right side. The pathing should just dictate itself here, as he's going to actually look to snipe out the Eagle Artillery with this 1 Electro Dragon on the bottom. Keep an eye on that and see if it can get there, as the Warden is starting to walk and set up the fire. Oh wait, no fireball actually. Set up the pathing, I guess, just with the Warden Walk, and it looks like the E-Drag will get the Eagle out. That's huge.
Yeah, fantastic chain lightning value there, and with additional insertion points all around the map, with the Flame Flinger taking out the top corner, right side being effectively destroyed by the Grand Warden, and an Electro Dragon who's getting 3 shots on a ricochet cannon with no air targeting defenses in range. This is looking like a beautiful entry point. Grand Warden's getting awfully low though, and I wonder if there's gonna be any way to keep him up. Yeah, he pivots out. Beautifully done by Skyrez.
Headhunters are in there dealing some damage, but they are going down to the poison. Looks like the Warden will barely survive here as Titans are in. Everything should be able to make its way into the middle, as that Flinger is still throwing shots of Fire Spirits into the middle of the base. Watch the Queen though, she's under a lot of damage. She goes to ability. I think the main Queen may have gotten taken out. No, I think she's fine in there, but a lot of damage did income right there and force that Queen ability.
Well, the healers are doing a fantastic job hot swapping off the Grand Warden onto the Queen, and so I think that she did survive. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell. There's so many little crowns in there, but all those health bars look green to me, and that Earthquake has just obliterated
I think that's the
interior.
Yeah, okay, yeah, she's in there. The clones were fading. I was trying to see. It's so hard to tell when you have the magic mirror because there's 3 queens up, but yeah, the main queen did survive. She did get that health recovery, and the healers did a great job getting her back up to full health, but this one is fading a little bit. World Champion to join the party now. She should be fine. I think that Skyrez should have this one under control with that Royal Champion coming in now with the ability.
Yeah, did have to kind of aggressively drop that free spell to protect these heroes that are making their final entry point. But it appears that the Queen can target pretty much all the defenses that are on the backside here. Super minions and that last freeze are all that they needed. The only thing left defending this base are a couple of brittle bones, and Skyrez will indeed find the 3-star that had eluded him in the past. TTP Esports still up and looking fine with 3 stars twice to their name. Leading now against Tompinai Empire, but just very, very close on time. Tompinai needing to come back with another triple of their own to stay ahead in this closely contested match, Bash.
Those brittle bones holding up Rigo towards his base did fall down and break, giving way to TTP, another 3-star, but Tompinai, they're pretty capable themselves. Barring a couple mistakes here, they should be pretty solid. Almolen will be our next attacker. We were talking about how Almolen has been along for such a long ride, been playing in Clash Clans Esports essentially from the beginning, getting started with Team Queso, back with Rigo Torres back in 2019 at the first World Championships. So these players are very well versed, very well educated, very well known around the Clash Clans Esports team, or scene rather, and this team should be able to keep pace here with TTP. Too much enunciation for me, Woody. I'm too sick for all that.
Oh, well, I hope you feel better this week, Bash. I know
Yeah,
that
we're good.
really it hits you in the Constitution, right? But yeah, I mean, Almolen's one of the few players out there who can, you know, look you dead in the eye and say, back in my day, and it means something. He's been playing in the esports scene of Clash of Clans since the very start, and has seen so much, and still is here at the top fighting for another 3-star entry. We're going to see later if he is going to get another one of those. despite the fact that he pulled off a 1-star in the previous war, they still managed to advance over HTM Esport. And so you definitely want to see the triple from Al Mualin. It's kind of a rite of passage to see one of these old bees pull it off. He's coming in next, and with a Grand Warden already soaking a few shots from this multi-mortar firing away on the bottom side of this base, it looks like it's going to be a very interesting kitchen sink army. He's got, I mean, a dozen rocket loons left, but then he's going onto the ground with a Yeti, some giants. What are you making of this army, Dash?
The heavy lifting here is going to be all on the hero. So he's going to set up the pathing here with the fireball from the Warden, and then he'll bring the Queen in. This is a pretty favorite attack of a lot of these pro players right now. As essentially, if they think of the Warden Walk as an extended Queen Walk, because that's going to be his job. Then you use the fireball just to gut the middle of the base like that, and then we'll see the King and Queen kind of come opposite of the Warden, and they'll do their thing to kind of work through and take out the right side of that base, and then it'll converge all through the Town Hall. So it does kind of look like a little bit of a hodgepodge of troops in here, but everything is very well calculated. A lot of these troops, like the Yeti, the rocket balloons, they're in there just to kind of help direct traffic. The rocket balloons will come in and help take out some of those defenses, but ultimately all the heavy lifting in this attack is on all of the heroes.
Do you think that, I mean, I've seen attacks like this before oftentimes use super barbarians in the past, and is the switch to the rocket loons just based on the fact that there's too many defenses that are still inside the walls on the backside?
Yeah, I think you see the super barbarians with the walls, like you see those corners open on the walls, so it gives you a little bit more access. So, but where the rocket loons, they can just fly right over top of that. You don't really need it, and they can provide that support without having to break through a bunch of walls. So I think that's kind of the decision. I also think there is a little bit of personal preference in there as well, because a lot of times you see the rocket balloons and the super barbarians really in there just as a utility. They're kind of just in there to direct traffic. So I think there is a little bit of personal preference that does play in there. Also still has the battle blimp yet to be deployed, but keep an eye on this Queen. She's taking a beating here. Queen goes down, so the battle blimp will have to come in and finish off this Town Hall. So it is pretty important to get in here and finish this off, but look at that. The Warden's still on the bottom, Woody. That's the main thing. Keeping that extended Warden walk going throughout the attack is going to lead to success.
Yeah, someone once upon a time called the Grand Warden a support hero, and I'm not really sure that that would apply to this sort of attack. Almost
not in this meta, no.
Acting all around the edge here, holding on to a poison at the very end, able to swag it wherever he wants, because apparently the troops that were inside that CC not causing any problems at all. When it gets knocked down that early to a fireball, you just get to hang on to your poison, and I don't even know why he brought it. In fact, if he had an approach that was going to take out the CC before it deploys, but maybe he was expecting some skeletons somewhere to give him a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of an insurance policy just in case the Warden Walk didn't go right, or maybe could have used it on one of the defending heroes, or like you said, some skeletons there. A lot of different uses for poison. I mean, it is great against those enemy CC troops, but remember, it will slow down enemy heroes. Ultimately didn't use it there. Didn't really need to use it because that Warden Walk was so well executed. The rocket loons came in over top, and it's a 3-star for Al Mualin. We're all tied up 6-6, and that's really like, that attack is just, when it's done right, it's so satisfying, because these pros can kind of manipulate that Warden Walk and really take out like half of the base, while the King and Queen go work on the other half. Rocket loons surge in there, and it's kind of like what we see with the super barbarians on the Root Rider attack. Those rocket loons just provide that final little bit of support to finish off the back end of the base, and we saw it pay off very beautifully there. And it's a pro style attack that's very hard to do, but when you do it, man, does it look cool.
Glorious follow-up, and congratulations to Al Mualin, coming back from a 1-star last time to pull off a beautiful triple that didn't even really seem to cause him to break a sweat. Plenty of finishing troops to knock apart the rest of that base, and with a beautiful entry point too. That is just ripe for the picking for anyone who wants to break down an attack later. I think pulling Al Mualin's would not be a mistake at all. Next hit was going to be coming in from Warman. We've got 3 Electro Titans. You know, I was halfway expecting to see an aerial attack with all these lightnings, but he's going to be shooting into the core of the base with a giant arrow and zapping it down. What all sorts of buildings did he take out there, Ash?
And it looked like he got that poison spell tower, which that can be very devastating. I was trying to look through there and see what else. Maybe a multi-arch tower. It didn't seem like a ton of...
Actually.
Oh, was it the monolith? Okay, I missed the monolith there. But I don't know. It felt like he wanted to get a little bit more out of that combination. It's hard to say. Obviously, I'm not setting up the attack. I wouldn't even try this kind of attack because it is so hard to execute that giant arrow. But one thing to note here, he's got 7 super archers here to go in with those Electro Titans. Those super archers have crazy good range and can really support these Electro Titans well.
He just popped the Grand Warden's ability on the far outside of the base, and it looked like maybe he had intended to bring a giant fireball there.
Maybe to finish the town hall off. That could have been.
Yeah, so I think this is shaping up to be a rather strange attack so far from Warman. Super minions along the top side should get some great cleanup work done, but on the interior, these troops are getting cooked by the town hall. That's going to force all the spells out right now to tear down what remains in the interior as quickly as possible. And the counterclockwise push around the bottom side of the space is still going to have to encounter Expos firing on all cylinders and a scatter shot, supercharged up and ready to do a lot of damage to those super archers if it can get a lock. Boom! Got one hit. Is it going to hit again? Oh, it's all the super archers again.
Yeah, but he's still got a lot of support here. World Champion's in there with ability. There's not too much to really hold this one back. But I think he might have been right on that. I think he may have wanted to pair that fireball with that giant arrow zap combination, because if the fireball landed, I think it would have took the town hall down or really close to down. And with the earthquake boots, if it wasn't down, it would have been finished off there. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. As Warman, it should get through here with the 3-star, with the Royal Champion yet to use her Seeking Shield rocket spear combination. Very well done attack here for this one, not going, well, I guess she has not even Seeking Shield. Hog Puppet and Rocket Spear combination, which will finish this base off all the same.
Beautiful follow-up. Hero's still quite healthy. Even if things seemed a little bit weird in the midsection, Warman had an excellent plan here with those super archers to just fire straight through the base and cut a path to victory. Another 3-star scored by TTP Esports. And even though they're having to start out ahead of Tompinai Empire, they have not missed yet. A rare offensive lead that they've been able to build up has not cracked yet. And I'm excited to see how this one turns out. They are both putting a lot of effort into this final war of the day, and not going to be satisfied with anything less than an astounding victory, Bash.
Woody, should I do it? We haven't seen a double perfect yet. We haven't seen a double perfect yet.
Don't do it, Bash.
So far, we're there. I'm not going to say those words yet.
Okay.
But you know what I'm hinting at. You know
I know what you're thinking about.
You know.
We'll see if it happens.
I want to see one. I want to see it come down to time like the old meta. But ultimately, we still
double
have
perfect. I'll bring the hammer out. How about that?
Ooh, nice. Well, that gives viewers something to look forward to. Seeing Woody's hammer live on the broadcast, we can all look forward to that, as long as he's not smashing his desk and cracking the hammer again.
Golly. Can't let that happen again, Bash. We can both bring our hammers down at the end, huh? If it's perfectly perfect, that would be a war finale worthy of
Hammer
the
Jam
Snapdragon Pro Series. Yeah.
yeah.
As long as they can last.
We'll just have us an old-fashioned hammer jam. Here we go with the next attack. It's Rigo Torres coming in. I tried to roll my R's, Rigo. I'm so sorry. It just wasn't working there, buddy. Rocket balloons, very similar setup that we saw on the previous attack from Albalin with the Warden with the Angry Jelly. Remember, Angry Jelly allowing that Warden to go in, target those defenses, and it should set up the pathing really nicely as he'll look to surge this Warden deep inside the space.
Taking a lot of fire early on, but the healers are up to the task. Raged up, Rigo Torres has no fear of this base built by Warman. Sends in a coconut loon checking around for some black bombs, but doesn't catch any. Those healers are going to stay safe through the interior of this base. About to encounter the enemy Royal Champion and a scatter shot at the same time. That could cause a lot of damage. Rigo Torres drops an invisibility spell, and that'll protect the Grand Warden a little bit longer. Gets a little bit of tanking done there with the Angry Jelly, surprisingly enough, and now is going to invis the enemy scatter shot, takes down that core and annihilates the clan castle. Looked like there was a poison tower, Inferno tower right there in the core, and it's got to be very happy with how that's gone so far. Starts setting up for the rocket loons along the outer edge, Bash.
Rocket Launch just going to go ahead and take down some of these defenses, so the Battle Blimp actually will have a clear path to the Town Hall. Look at that. There's going to be no Seeking Air Mines to stop this Battle Blimp from getting a clean Town Hall takedown. Blimp lands in there, a couple Yetis along with Balloon pops out there, and the Town Hall is down. Now the heroes can join the party from the bottom of the base. It looks like the Queen is in there. I think the King is in there as well. Our timer is kind of covering that, but you'll see it here shortly. Yeah, there they are. King and Queen in. Keep an eye on the Warden. He's fighting the Monolith. He's fine. Warden's doing a great job. This is going all the way Rigo wants it to.
Masterful entry, wonderful to see it, and still a well-insulated spy infiltrating the base now. It's the Royal Champion charging through with a Spirit Fox, able to get a lot of shots onto the interior and popping that ability early on. Rocket Spear is going to be able to help the Archer Queen, in fact, as that single target Inferno could have done a lot of damage to her, but those long bomb shots are going to tear apart these defenses. Healer's taking a lot of fire as red bombs are popping off on him now, but the Archer Queen survives, in fact, and holding on to 3 more Headhunters. Rigo Torres ought to be dropping them soon because that enemy Queen is the last line of defense for the Space Bash.
The Warden actually came over and joined the other heroes there, but it looks like it's going to be fine. He's going to be tucked away and protected now. We have a few rocket balloons coming to this Ricochet cannon. It's going to be a 3-star for Rigo Torres as we remain perfect throughout. 3 stars, 3 times for each of these squads. We're all knotted up at 9 here at the midway point, I guess just over the midway point in this war.
Perfect across the board and fantastic war so far. 9-9 between TTP and Tompinai Empire, and with a great variety of strategies so far, going in on the skies, staying down below, dropping plenty of those giant fireballs that are just the joy of any esports event like this. Bash, we are seeing a masterclass in maybe the 2 as far as this bracket goes, the 2 strongest teams competing right now with some of the best bases that are still crumbling time and again. And speaking of time, if it does come down to a perfect be perfect, it'll be about who has spent less time on the battlefield. I think so far it's a slight edge for TTP.
Yeah, I think it could go either way here, though, as Javi will be our next attacker. We still have 4 attacks to get there. I mean, we've said those words many times before, and all it takes is 1 mistake, 1 building, 2 buildings a lot of the time. Here today, we had a couple of 98% kind of stop the double perfect from happening, but it's going to be Super Dragon soaring to the skies. Does have a recall spell to recall this Queen, but look at this. This Queen can get massive value. She can go in, get the Eagle, probably get both of these air defenses, and then get recalled and put on the opposite side of the base to set up some beautiful funneling, for the Super Dragons.
Time is actually 1 second average in Tompinai's favor. So TTP have got to keep pedal to the metal and go as fast as they can around this tough base. Super juiced up, and these are definitely going to be the max level troops that Javi has brought to this one. We do see Monolith getting an early lock on that poor little walrus. Frosty goes down, but with the recall, the Queen has been pivoted to the left corner of the base, and we get a lot more work done here, setting up a funnel for a massive Super Dragon assault.
Wasn't able to get that other air defense there, but that's okay. Bat spell in the tank for the Super Dragons. Doing a great job just distracting that enemy Royal Champion and also that Archer Tower so that the Super Dragons can take her down without issue. I love that play right there. Kind of kept the Royal Champion's attention right there up front and center. Now the Queen's going ahead and walking forward. King is in there, and these Super Dragons are making their way to the middle of the base. King goes ahead and opens up that compartment, which will allow the Queen to go in there and take down the Town Hall, but he has to manage her properly as she is getting a little bit low on health and taking a lot of damage here.
Ice Golems do come out of the CC, but she pops them down. Ooh, does get frozen by one of them. We see a free spell also dropped on the Town Hall to try to mitigate some of the damage coming in against her. The 1st and 2nd star are going to be safe, but where have the dragons gone, Bash? They evaporated, and still I see a multi-inferno and a scatter shot in the very core of this base. Going to be very, very difficult to reach them without doing so much work on the outside, and I'm starting to think this is going to be a defense for Tompinai Empire.
I would tend to agree with that assessment there, Woody, as the Queen goes down. It's only going to be the Royal Champion remaining with the Ricochet Cannon and an enemy Queen. It's going to be on this Spirit Fox to stay up. Spirit Fox goes down, and the Royal Champion has no more protection. This will surely be a defense for Tompinai Empire as they look to move into the advantage.
Ricochet Cannon, enemy Archer Queen, and the scatter shot. Still some of the best holding defenses this time around. And Javi once again sees that difficult spot that TTP Esports has been in before, where they just cannot find the perfect war. Try as they may, we've jinxed it again. I'm gonna blame you for this one.
That's fine.
I know you're used to taking it, Bash. I shouldn't be mean. I shouldn't rub it in. Javi coming up just a little bit short, though, does give Tompinai Empire the advantage now.
I mean, it's just so hard in this hard mode to get a double perfect war. I mean, we're so used to seeing it in the old meta where before we were playing in hard mode, but when you have those defenses dealing out so much more damage, and we see so much reliance on these heroes, but remember, the heroes have 5% less HP and deal 5% less damage, so it's a big, tall ask for these heroes, not to mention their hero equipment's at lower levels, so that's why it's so hard for us to see that double perfect. Even if you do have the perfect storm, all it takes is one little attack. Super Dragon's a little bit unconventional there, I will say. We don't really see them a ton in the current meta, so that could have factored in, but we've seen some even more unconventional attacks 3-star in the past, so anything can triple given the right base. It's just that one didn't quite work out there for TTP.
No, it did not this time around. And yet, we still need to see a lot of overwhelming offense from Tompinai Empire. Next up is going to be Rocio. She's attacking 4th for Tompinai Empire and brings to the left corner another Warden Walk, maybe aiming to get a giant fireball in there, but only brought a couple of invisibility spells, so don't pin your hopes too heavily on it. Nope, it's going to go for it after all. Dropped right on top of that Eagle Artillery, and with an Earthquake added on top, doesn't quite finish it off. But as long as the Grand Warden can inch a little bit closer and snipe that big structure, that definitely will justify the heavy cost paid on that entry point, Bash.
Yeah, just got to be a little bit patient here, and the Warden will go over there. I think it should just be one shot from the Warden, and the Eagle will go down. Yeah, there it is. Eagle falls down. Now Rocio can start the rest of the attack here. Queen's going to go ahead and join the Warden. Couple of balloons out in front just to check for any traps, and the combination here of the 2 Super Witches and 2 Electro Titans has been really effective. I really like this one a lot, but let's see if Rocio can get through. The middle of this base has so much in it, but it's also spread out at the same time, so it's going to be kind of hard to mitigate this damage while also getting all these defenses down.
Big rage spell dropped on all the troops right there in the core and doing everything that they can to get them pushed through all of the splash damage as quickly as possible. It's going to be an Ice Hound in the Clan Castle. A bit of a surprising pick here from a bunch of TTP Esports, but with that Monolith already firing away and with the Town Hall activated as well, there's going to be a lot of damage dumped into the core of this raid. Black Bomb goes off on one of the healers in the backside, and Rocio needs to keep this raid going fast and furious toward the top side. Enemy Royal Champion's going to be defending with that multi-inferno and drops we see one of the last free spells to try to take out that compartment. A Tesla farm up on the top side is also going to be more difficult for Rocio to get through, but looks like these troops are still quite healthy. Healers are doing their work out back, and the Super Witches, even though if they're stuck on walls every once in a while, have got big boys out in front and dealing so much damage that I think this is looking like a solid triple.
Yeah, still tons of firepower here with the Royal Champion throwing that Seeking Shield, and now the Rocket Spears to take down that Ricochet Cannon. This is going to be a 3-star for Tompinai Empire, and they control their destiny in this war. One more 3-star, and they will be our Cup number 4 winners. This was very well done. Great patience here from Rocio to use those abilities at the right time and get through this base for a 3-star for Bunch. On defense, however, the base did not withstand, and those Electro Titans and Super Witches just shredded right through the defenses.
You know, it is really impressive whenever we get those Penta invisibility spells to set up for that long bomb giant fireball, but it might be just even more efficient to get a fireball dropped toward the edge. When you only have to drop a couple of invisibility spells, you're not investing quite as much on that sort of attack. And with the Grand Warden even able to pick off the last few hit points on a structure like that, it makes it work all the better. So hats off to Rocio for a beautiful strike there. Excellent entry point, and the follow-up was flawless. So congratulations on another triple to Tompinai Empire coming back now with just a couple of more, and they'll be scot-free. Looks like Doyer will be the next to attack with only 11 stars to TTP. Really wants to get another triple to at least put Tompinai's feet to the fire and give the possibility of the turnaround. But the comeback does not seem likely at this stage. TTP, having faltered once, have just got to hold out hope, Bash. There's nothing else they can do.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all you can do is hope for that last attack to fail. But I did want to circle back a little bit to Rocio. You were talking about like going for those crazy epic fireballs, but we've seen Rocio, she's kind of just went for those funnel fireballs throughout this whole cup here, and it's been very effective. And sometimes that's just as effective as getting that epic fireball with the 4 invises, the 5 invises, whatever you may need. But sometimes just getting a few defenses, setting that edge, setting the pathing so all the troops are going to go the right way is just as important. But Doyer is in now. It looks like we're going to have another Warden walk into rocket balloons set up here. Early deployment here on the battle blimp to take down the single target Inferno. You're actually going to go with the Queen early on here. I was expecting a Warden walk, but maybe we see a Queen walk. Hard to say. Still a lot yet to be deployed. Yeah, here comes the Queen charge into rocket balloons. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting follow-up here, getting the long pull from the CC, and the Queen will be able to finish it off. I like the entry point so far for Doyer, not having to worry too much about the Queen, but that Ricochet cannon has just been pounding away, and the poor Queen needs a rage spell on the healers to stay topped off. I don't even know. Oh my goodness, she's just been obliterated, Bash. Even if she survives this, she'll need a lot of healing still to stay alive against long-range defenses like that Expo. Doyer's feeling confident enough to pivot now with a Baby Dragon, trying to take a few shots at that Dark Elixir storage, but it does not go down. Monolith range just long enough to snipe it away. Things aren't quite going according to plan so far. I'm wondering how the spotters on TTP are feeling right now, what sort of adjustment they can make to this entry to justify the big spin so far. Nothing has really been disastrous yet, but it just does not feel good.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I think it's part of the plan. I mean, Doyer sent the Queen into all these heavy damage area.
There's the Headhunter.
Queen does go to ability. There was a Headhunter in there, but it did get taken out, unfortunately. Does get through the Monolith. The Queen, I mean, this was the plan, to send the Queen all into all these heavy defenses. It is a big, risky play, but ultimately the Town Hall will fall here. 13 rocket balloons yet to be deployed, but things are starting to thin out a little bit. The Queen is down now. The Royal Champion's on the top. The Warden just deployed his ability, so all the hero abilities have been used. Only 3 freezes and a handful of rocket balloons remain.
This is like guerrilla warfare. There doesn't really seem to be a clear advantage or edge for either offense or defense at this point, and the deploys and spells and defenses, it just seems like really janky. It's tough to call, but it's starting to look ever more likely that the defenses will be able to hold on here. Tough call for any remaining heroes to get enough work done to finish off this base. The Royal Champion's already popped her ability, and there's just so many buildings still left on the inside. We have one more freeze left to drop, but I don't think with both scatter shots alive, I feel like I probably could have called it even earlier, but there's just so much happening all around this map that this was a very unorthodox approach that just seemed to run into trouble time and again. Bash. TTP Esports are going to be left with just 13 stars after this 2-star hit.
Yeah, that one was very rough. It felt like even from the get-go, if we think back about it, the battle blimp for just the single target Inferno, the battle blimp didn't get anything else there. I mean, if you look around, that really wasn't a great investment. And then sending the Queen right into that Ricochet cannon, you have to know that Ricochet cannon is going to deal so much damage. Not to mention there was 3 ice golems there, so maybe just not the best of plans here. Sending the Queen just into such a heavy damage area in general, from the Ricochet cannon down into the Monolith, down into the King, that's not really what you want from a Queen charge. She can handle it. We saw her manage it, but ultimately you have to invest so many of your resources to make that work. And I think that's ultimately what made that a fail. All the resources going into keeping that Queen alive, it was just very difficult to bounce back and support the rest of the heroes properly throughout the rest of the attack. It is a 2-star, but Tompinai only need a 2-star now to win this war.
Yeah, or maybe even a high percentage 1-star to finish this thing off. It's 13 stars for TTP, and Tompinai sitting pretty with a perfect war so far at the 12 mark. Really just have to get one more across the finish line. Even if it limps, it should be enough. El Tano, not known to limp though, is going to be going out guns blazing with the last attack of the open portion of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 launching this assault against a Town Hall on the far side with a difficult to reach Monolith on the opposite end as well. Only one overgrowth spell, and I feel like that often does do better than the double overgrowth approach, but we shall see how it bears out against a tough base that has got a lot of splash damage well spread out. Scatter shots and multi-infernos all across, trying to tear apart these Root Riders, but just not getting the job done yet. Offense still looking very strong, Bash.
This seems to be El Tano's go-to attack, the Root Riders with Valkyries with one overgrowth. The big key point of this is when that overgrowth wears off, where are all the troops? Right now, they're starting to go past that Town Hall. They will go into that Monolith. The Royal Champion is in there, but notice no more hero abilities. The main thing on this attack is holding on to that Rage and holding on to that last freeze spell so you can power through the Town Hall. Town Hall is awake. Let's see if he can get it. Oh, and Viz Tower. Everything's going to continue to walk by. I don't think it's a big issue here. Still has a Rage and a freeze. This should be good for the Royal Champion.
I can't even count on 2 hands, 2 feet how many troops are still left here. P.E.K.K.A.s, Wizards, Root Riders, all the heroes still up. The collapse onto the Town Hall is picture perfect. And what a perfect war for Tompinai Empire, not only scoring 15 stars across the entirety of their assault, but pulling off 2 defenses as well against another finalist team. And if there was any question at all whether Tompinai Empire can make a perfect war like this happen, that has been settled decisively in this final strike. Congratulations to the winners of our 4th Open Cup, Tompinai Empire. They will take the 4th position on our Open Cup, while TTP Esports have scored 50 points with their 2nd place performance today. They'll be right there alongside Next Gen Esports, which also came in 2nd place twice in the Season 6 of the Snapdragon Pro Series, and will be one of the top 4 teams by points to qualify for our Open Cup next week, Bash.
Yeah, and we have 2 days of Clash action as it is a double elimination bracket. Those top 8 teams will play through. We will have an upper-lower bracket and even a bracket reset in the finals if needed to play for that $20,000 prize pool. But here we go, and our standings are finalized. Our cup winners, Navi, HCM Brazil, TGG Ascend, and Tompinai Empire will be joined by our leaderboard top 4 spots of Next Gen Esports, HST Gaming, TTP Esports, and HTM Esports. Those will be our 8 teams playing next weekend for $20,000.
Magnificent jobs to all the squads listed here, and congratulations to the 5 teams that have secured their spots today. A decisive set of matches for the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6. Only 1 week now stands between us, Bash, until we can award all $50,000 of the prize pool for this season and put the capstone on Town Hall 16, the last opportunity to emerge victorious for these 8 teams for a real money prize in this year's competition. Clash of Clans scene is booming right now, and it's going to be so much fun to cast that one next week alongside you, Bash.
Yeah, just imagine, Woody, with Town Hall 17 coming soon. Imagine how many gems and special offer packs you can buy with $20,000. Wait, that's my dirty gemmer brain. I'm sure these guys have better things to spend their money on.
Subscriptions you can buy to Clash Bashing's channel. Oh, you can get so many subs. Wow.
Yeah, use code BASH. Shameless out here. But no, it's going to definitely be a great weekend of Clash of Clans action. This was a really fun one. We've had a really great season thus far here in Season 6. One thing to note, our defending champions, Milliceme MG, not in there to defend their crown. So we will have a new champion next weekend.
That'll be a very interesting one to watch. And with Navi having been eliminated early from the World Championships this year, you figure that this has got to be a consolation opportunity for them to come stabbing back for the top. I guess the same thing can be said for HTM Brazil, another fantastic team that deserves an opportunity to win a tournament this year because they've earned it. Yeah. But they'll be facing off against some tough competition. TGG Ascend took the 3rd Open Cup. And as you've just seen today, the other 5 teams we've already mentioned will be facing off against them in a randomized bracket taking place over 2 days. So please do make sure to follow the Snapdragon Pro Series across all the social medias and keep us subscribed here where you can keep all of the action in your feed and see which teams are going to be emerging victorious. Thanks also to Maxi today, who was casting alongside us, and to the crew over there with the Snapdragon Elite Gaming team setting up our cast. Thanks to Supercell for getting the game cooked up and ready for us. And thanks to you, Bash, also for casting alongside. That's going to be all I have to say. Why don't you close us out?
Yeah, same. I mean, thanks to everyone that is involved in this production. Shout out to huge Maxi helping us out while we were on broadcast, trying to figure things out, and always production, keeping us in line and keeping us where we need to be. Huge props to Supercell for providing us this awesome game with some awesome esports. But guys, come back next weekend. We will decide our Season 6 champion Saturday and Sunday in a double elimination bracket. We hope to see you all there next Saturday, next Sunday. Oh, what was the time, Woody? What was the time? I don't even know. It was sometime
10 p.m. or 10 a.m. Eastern U.S. time, which I think
that's what
we'll post the Central European UTC conversion of that later.
4 p.m. CET or 4 p.m. CET and then 3 p.m. UTC. We got this, Woody. We're a hot mess. We'll see you guys all there. Thanks for watching.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops, they play my song on repeat. on repeat.